Миша, у меня двоечка, или у меня другой какой-то? Welcome, dear guests, dear speakers. Thank you for being with us today, and welcome to Inloco Talks 2025. My name is Paula, and I'm the Chief of Operations at Inloco in Dubai. Turning back to the topic of our today's conference, we should mention that nomadism is a natural state for street and urban art. And this is the art that lives in constant movement, in constant dialogue with the city. In our 3 years in Dubai, we are still getting to know this environment. It is fast, it is complex, it is really and incredibly inspiring. Each of our events, and we had a lot from 2017, leads us to the idea that public art cannot live without context. It takes its roots in the architecture, in people, in habits, in day-to-day life, in stories and history of the place. Today's conference is a great chance for all of us to look at the place where we are living in, where we are walking in, from point of view of authenticity and closeness. We're going to discuss how art interventions, art objects in the city, transform the urban environment. We are going to meet people who devoted their lives, really, to make that environment better. And actually, I must say that this is the heart of Inloco, and this is our greatest motivation today. And my colleague Xenia will tell later on about our methods. I would like to extend my gratitude to Dubai Culture, and in particular to Al Safa Art and Design Library, for hosting us for 3 years in a row, and for being so kind and supportive. I wish all of us be in dialogue, be in communication, and create the public art in here. And I would like to pass the mic to our beautiful program director, Anna. This is due to her that everything is happening right now, and she'll explain a bit.
Thank you, Paula, for such a wonderful welcoming word. I would be short in my talking, and I just would say thank you for all of you for coming here and for making this event this vibrant and beautiful. Today we're going to host 3 talks. Each of them going to consider public art in relations to different actors, to different institutions, temporary projects like festivals and biennales, or public art in relation with the larger urban strategy and how it can be implemented there. I hope you're all going to be enjoying this day. I encourage you to ask questions, to provoke, and to be engaged in the conversation we are having now. And let's start this beautiful day with our first talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. I prepared a little intro, but I think no one can match this. So thank you and congratulations. I want to say congratulations to Anna. Speaking about public art, if you've been to Nomad, you can judge the cover by its book. And honestly, when we all been to Nomad and we saw her golden container, you knew that what's happening is nice, and we engaged with it. That was a good example of public art, temporary public art. So congratulations on that. And before I start, I want to congratulate Faisal for the 10th anniversary of 421 Art Campus, and that's a big achievement. I am Ahmed Larshaid, your moderator for today, it's first of all, congratulations also on bringing everyone on a Tuesday, on one of the busiest months of the year. I think even art fairs cannot also match that. So congratulations on that. On my right, Gaith Abdulla, the co-founder of Beit al-Mamzar, Pepe, Divi, the founder of, so I don't forget, the founder on Focus Foundation and OL Gallery in Girona and soon to be in the UAE. Faisal Hassan, director at 421 Art Campus. Giuseppe Moscatello, the co-founder of Foundry, our most loved eclectic place in downtown Dubai. Welcome. Before we ask the tough questions and we provoke, we use that word a few times, so it's either we are good to go or not, but according to you, and I'll start from Giuseppe, what is really a public art?
Straightforward. Okay. Hello, everyone. So I was like thinking on how to phrase all of these based on our conversation we had last time, because public art, the way is intended generally is, of course, as we all know, public art installations. But there are so many different layers that I think it's good to explore, and maybe I put up the different slides on the presentation. There are the commissions, there are the public projects for general public. There are probably a few projects that are considered to be temporary, and there are, I intend, in my way, for example, when I work on creating Foundry's identity, was the idea to engage with the audience in a different way. Instead of having the typical white cube, I wanted to make sure that the public is engaged on a different kind of, with a different kind of approach. So, for example, if you walk on the street, for example, you will see a night, light installations. Or, for example, you can see there is a co-working space inside that allows, for example, the audience to interact in a different way. So, yeah, there are different approach to public art, and maybe we can go through the slides later.
We'll go to the next question, and we'll see, based on your experiences and where the spaces that you engage with the public, how do you really see that translated into the spaces? Faisal, what is public art for you?
I think public art is not an object. It's a relationship. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I see public art is not as an object. It's a relationship. Public art should be an invitation to the public, right? To engage, to feel invited, to kind of engage with the work that is being on display, and it really needs to be thinking about the location, the context, and how it can actually enhance and provide a level of relationship with the people that is actually it's there for. So we need to think about it beyond the object and how it's built, how it should really build relationships with the people.
Thank you very much. Pepe, you are not anymore a stranger to the UAE. You've been visiting the UAE more often. Actually, some people thought that you actually live in the UAE, but actually you're based in Girona. What is to you, with a faraway eye, the public arts?
My background is in design and architecture, so that's how I started my professional career. And I always believe what Plato explored around how communities we interact, how we travel, how we make business, how we exchange different cultures and different communities. And I think that for me, like urbanism personally, because I come from that field, is the most important branch of because it really has an impact on our daily life. And I think for me, like public art, I really appreciate it when it's merged with urbanism.
Thank you very much. Gaith?
So to add to the kind of diverse perspectives we've been seeing on like what is public art, I think an important angle would be also to ask why public art as a lens to the what. If you look historically, examples of art in public space, you see it as monument, you see it as state propaganda with statues and, those classical forms of what we understand as public art. But it's also very much a form of, as Faisal was saying, engagement with the public. But then, that begets the question of like, who are you defining as public and how are you relating to them? Is it from a top-down perspective of, I will show you, or is it, I am trying to interact with you, I'm trying to engage with you? So all of these whys, I think, are important also to question in terms of how we understand what public art can be. And in the context of the Gulf today, you see, this massive investment in art in general. And more recently, a big part of that has been this understanding that art cannot solely exist in spaces that for one reason or another, are elitist or are, not seen as the most accessible spaces to the wider segments of society. So therefore, public art is a really important way of engaging and bringing art into these urban contexts.
I really like that everyone believes that public art is all about the public engagement, right? And the perception that you have when you see that temporary or a permanent artwork or a presentation or creative presentation. Giuseppe, I will put some of your slides because if I think many know what Giuseppe does, especially to the industry, and I salute you for that. But you also is the founder of Evolve. Evolve engaged in public arts, and you had experiences in 2014 all the way to Foundry. I want you to share with, because we talked about it, how Foundry, first of all, is not only a gallery, is a public open space, be it for co-work or for meetings or for just people passing by. And how did you, the first question, how did you break that stigma about Foundry? Because at the beginning, people didn't know what Foundry, and I think that was a good challenge, right? And then you actually made sure that it becomes a public engagement space. Plus, should I quit here? Okay.
Okay, oh, good. You start with the Foundry.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why I put this slide is that to give context in terms of geographic location on where Foundry is. So when I was approached by the developer a few years ago, the idea was to create a creative art gallery initiative. So the brief was, of course, a bit generic, and what I thought was important is I'm always up for collaboration, always up for complementing instead of creating a sort of another competition. So I thought at that time, this type of business model of Foundry was missing. There are so many art institutions in the UAE, so Warehouse 41, Bet Al Mamzar, and the foundations, art galleries. So I think what was missing at that time was something for an art space for temporary pop-up exhibitions for commercial galleries. And that's what happened. That was the idea. And the geographical, when I say geographic location, I mean that this space is located on the boulevard. So it's fully accessible from the main street. And that's why the fact that you can see the works, for example, when it comes to installations or digital art, for example, you can see far away, that creates a sort of engagement.
Public engagement, more accessibility.
More accessibility. So accessibility is a key word that always is recurrent in my kind of narrative. So I like anything that I do to be understandable, accessible to the wider audience, and create always different type of engagement.
Yes.
So yeah, this is.
Okay. So yes, this is here Foundry.
Yeah, since we are talking about different layers of public art, for example, graffiti art is a part of street art. Now, I'm not going to elaborate into the history of art, but
yes.
It's we work very closely with these street artists, and there was a collaboration with a big brand, and the idea was to bring his public street art project into an indoor space.
And you also did the contrary in 2014 when you had the public art graffiti on a building.
I'm going backward now. So this is 2023. So we brought a street artist, a graffiti artist, in an indoor space. So next. Okay, back in 2014, this was El Cid, where at the time I was director of Marayer Center. And there was an initiative, Jadaria was established in 2014 to create street art initiatives in Sharjah. And we started the project, we started this initiative with this project by El Cid. So this project was commissioned as a starting point to El Cid, and it's now still there in Bank Street.
And would how the public see it today? They see it as a public art, or they still see it in this realm of vandalism?
At that time was a bit of I wouldn't say taboo, but it was like still okay. It's a graffiti art. It's considered vandalism. What we need to do? It was the first time we were doing that. And I was lucky enough to be, to work under the semi-government organization, so we had the full support. Everything was super clear and transparent. But I think it was an interesting, historic moment when we started this kind of initiative in a public, in a public realm, but at the same time, in an area that has a lot of character. The Bank Street, it's an important area in Sharjah, where after the economic boom in the 70s, that street became like the financial district.
Yes.
And now it's still there. So it's a beautiful, Arab modernism, architectural modernism, and the work works very, very well, I think, there.
Fantastic, thank you. I'll keep the slides, and I want to talk to Faisal. At the moment, you have one of the most exciting, actually, anniversary, I would say, a collective of work with artists and curators. And just to a reminder, because I need to visit the exhibition, the Raise, Ripple, and Residue with Nadine Khalil, Munira Sayer, and exactly. If you can tell us, because there's many elements of that exhibition is actually related to public art. It's almost like a collection of work that represents the center. But also why I said that, because it also represents collaborative work. Giuseppe, you talked about this collaboration between different institutes, and you were part of it. And I think it's a good occasion that you would share this with us.
When we started to think about what can we do in terms of exhibition to mark the 10th anniversary, we obviously didn't want to create something that really just talks about 421, because that's, for us from the very beginning, our ethos is to be part of a community, right? And to be in conversation with that community and build partnerships, etc. So we started to think what could be like a real marker for a 10-year, and we decided to have different conversations, different curators about what they think would be a mark. So we decided to invite Munira Sayegh, Nadine Khalil, and Murtada Valley to kind of give a very subjective point of view from their own perspective on what were the kind of seminal moments over the past 10 years that have left a lasting impact to them personally. What were those really moments of change that they saw over the past 10 years in exhibition making and artistic practice? So outside of not really thinking about 421, just thinking about the UAE and the cultural and artistic scene over the past 10 years, and really think about certain markers for them, and they're not looking at kind of seismic major moments like opening of the Louvre Abu Dhabi, thinking about artistic practice, like, Beit 15, for example, which was a really a very important moment in artistic practice, specifically in Abu Dhabi, the opening of the first kind of artist-led initiative with 3 different artists and opening that space for other artists to kind of be part of Engage. Obviously, Page 15 is no longer there, but the effect of it, the ripple of it is still there. Those were the moments that, made a major difference on creative practices according to them, basically.
Well, congratulations on that again. And speaking of Beit and the influence of sometimes smaller project that has an impact echoing for many years to come, and they're still here. Beit al-Mamzar is a great example. And I told you the other day, I feel that Beit al-Mamzar is a public art experimental space just because of where it is. It is in a conservative neighborhood. We all know the neighborhood. It still, from outside, remains a very warm Emirati home. And then inside, there are so many experimentations and provocations and dialogues happening, but happening in a rhythm that is not shocking, yet very engaged and grows. It's almost, that's why I feel that Beit al-Mamzar is a public arts engaging settlement that's so important. But I want to hear your narrative of seeing public art within the, also if we can talk also about the residency that you did on the rooftop and your ideas about how this place is actually made for public engagements.
Yeah, great question. So also I think that goes to the fact of how we were defining what public art is, and in the context of the Gulf, we need to see it beyond our the typical definitions of, it has to be something in a public space. In the context of the Gulf, you have this negotiation of what is public and what is private. And as you mentioned, the experiment we went on with Beit al-Mamzar, for some of you also who may not know, it's a residential house in a old Emirati neighborhood that has a storied history in Dubai, but remains a residential neighborhood, majority Emirati. In that neighborhood is
Feels home.
or was
Feels home, is it?
our grandmother's house, the house in which myself and my brother and many other members of our family grew up. The house was built in 1984. And after they moved out to a new home in Khawanij, my brother and I lobbied our family to be like, hey, listen, guys, what if we turn this house into a public art space? And the reason we wanted to do this is multifaceted. One, because, born of the example of Beit 15 and Flying House and the many other artist-run spaces that existed in the UAE, we realized that there was a little bit of a shortage when it came to the grassroots side of the artistic ecosystem here. not a bad thing. It's just the way things are structured. And so we felt like we had an opportunity in which to take this once private domestic space and turn it into a home for artistic and creative practice, specifically focusing on, again, nurturing these kind of experimental ideas and critical approaches to art making and what art can and, again, maybe should look like in the context of the Gulf. The project has existed now for 4 years. We've done, so much more in that time that I think any of us
I can't believe that it's only 4 years. I feel that it was way longer, so.
Yeah, like the project has really mushroomed, and in that time we've done tons of exhibitions and residencies, and more importantly, again, critical thinking about artistic practice. So before I get to the rooftop, which we're looking at as a public space, a very kind of quirky example of one of the things we host is our bathroom art residency, which again was looking at this idea of access in terms of artistic practice and structures of support. And our idea was, okay, what if we offer the most humble thing that you can imagine to offer someone, which is, hey, you can use the bathroom. And the artist who runs the bathroom residency, Ana Escobar, who's the person who conceptualized the bathroom residency, has really taken that idea of support structures and micro support on a horizontal level between artists and has flown. I think an amazing example of the outcomes was that, amazingly, she got shown at a solo show last year at 421 in a brilliant solo exhibition that showcased a lot of the work that she produced in the bathroom. So yeah, just thinking about creative ways to look at space and structures. With that said, so one of the most notable, I think, examples that we currently are working on in terms of this idea of public art and what is public and private space is turning our rooftop of Beit al-Mamzar into a public space.
We'll see the picture because it's really important if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, so it's a rooftop of a residential home still surrounded by Emirati homes. What that means is it presents a big challenge.
With all the satellites that they don't use anymore, right?
With all the old satellite dishes and antennas. And so in this context...
You need to think about privacy, obviously.
Exactly, that's where I'm getting at.
Yeah, you need to think
of how do you turn this space into a public space which is still surrounded by all of these private spaces that are not only private, but deeply conservative, deeply, in some ways, maybe not just opposed to, but unfamiliar with the idea of all of a sudden there's an art center as my neighbor. What is this? Who are these strange people coming and going in this neighborhood that had its sanctity and privacy? So we're very aware of this context, and we're very aware of wanting to work with it as opposed to try and force something that's alien to the context. So this idea of privacy, of noise, of good neighborliness, of the Emirati values that underpin how social relations take place. We've been thinking about all of those things in how we're slowly turning this rooftop, which again, as Ahmed mentioned, full of old satellites, which we've recently commissioned actually and turned into artworks, and how this is going to exist now as a public space, which is going to hopefully invite in audiences of various communities to think and come together, again, to question this idea of what is public space, how do we occupy it, and what does it mean to the various communities that engage with it.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And back to Giuseppe with, about neighborhoods, right? You have a good experience with that, and I remember it was 6 years ago, Anna, can we show Giuseppe's slide? Because especially when you talk about collaborations with institutions, but also your experience with the roundabout, I forget the name, I'm very sorry, if you can share the roundabout design, the boat. In Ajman.
Buraka, yes. It's called Buraka. The next one. Next. Oh, spoilers. Okay, next. Next, this one.
There you go. So
Yeah.
speaking about neighborhoods and very Emirati and the language that's the importance of public arts and the engagement with the surrounding. And many public arts examples around the world, they failed to engage with the public just because they were in the wrong place in the wrong time, and they failed to have this sentiment. You did this in 2020.
20. So 2020, I'll just give you a little bit of context because the context for each one of these projects is different. So in this case, there was the government organizations that say we are thinking to repurpose or renovate the main roundabout in the Emirate of Ajman. And at that time, they had the boat, the boat that belonged to, I think, the grandfather of the ruler of Ajman. And in a conversation with the authorities, we came up with the idea of, why don't we reconsider the history? I mean, the structure, and using the narrative of the history of what was the purpose of that boat, what's the history, and from the heritage point of view as well. And then I thought it was important to work with an Emirati artist or designer. And that time we decided to work with Khaled Shafar. And
which is no stranger for public arts.
No, yeah. And but also using elements from heritage culture. So, and just also to touch on what you were saying before with Gaith, that we have more than 200 nationalities here. And the language that we speak in a public space is very important, because we have to make sure that we speak a language that is not only understood, but it's also a language that is respectful. And there are so many criteria that sometimes, you have to pay attention. So in this case, for example, it was a commission project. It was a permanent. It was let's say, refurbishment of a roundabout, but at the same time with preserving the history, but at the same time approaching it with the modern and contemporary perspective.
And it's a wonderful collaboration because it's one of the first probably reinvented roundabouts here in the UAE, on the purpose of really repurpose it as a public arts. Because if you've been living here in the 80s and 70s all the way to the 90s, all of our roundabouts in the Middle East, especially the GCC, they were offered by private institutes, and and we go around them. We never really thought about them. Not all of us think about them as a public art. And the challenges. My next question would be for everyone: the challenges you feel that you face, both from support to create public art or public engagement, be it permanent or temporary creations. And I want to ask Pepe, since you've been here for a while now, how do you see public art represented in the GCC compared to Europe, where public art is, goes back in centuries, but also it has different eras and ages, like from classic to modern to sometimes very politic. Especially in Spain, you have many public arts that they were commissioned by the public, for the public. How do you see that compared to here?
Spain is a very specific country because the market is inexistent. It's very small compared to the rest of the European Union, and for many years it has been institutionalized, the art world. And as you were saying, I think growing up, I always felt very inspired by artists such Picasso and Miro, who during the Civil War, they exiled and they returned to Spain when democracy was restored in the late 70s, and they donated all these public pieces. So I always felt very inspired by the idea that public art shouldn't not only be commissioned, but it should also stem from an emotional point of view. in this case, these artists really felt the need to donate these pieces because of something that deeply impacted Spain's national identity and the war that lasted for several decades. But I think that that many countries inspire me today because their engagement to public art is really, really impactful. And Spain, unfortunately, for many years, for the past couple of decades, hasn't focused their national budget from the culture department into promoting these public installations. Hopefully, they follow other countries, for example, the UAE, that they're really supporting. Oh, I see that. Yeah.
Do you want to share some anecdotes about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can go back to the garden. There's a picture of a garden. This one. So this is a project that.
If I didn't know, I would think this is the back. This is an installation at Beit al-Mamzar. No? Or Sharjah Foundation. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So there's two trips that really changed my life. The first one was a trip that I took to Colombia when I was in my early 20s, where I started researching on post-colonial topics. And the second one, for many years, my partner and I had difficulties in migration difficulties. I was living in the UK and the US for a decade, and I finally decided to move with my partner to Barbados in the Caribbean. And Barbados is a very special place because it was the crossroads between in the slave trade between Ghana and the US. And because they became independent 50 years ago, they're creating their national identity. They're doing research to create this national identity that was completely erased until 50 years ago. And I started researching about post-colonial artists in the island, and I came across Annalie Davis, who's the artist that you see in the picture. And Annalie had been working for 30 years. Her work stemmed from this period of the radical women of Latin America who were very important in the guerrilla period in Colombia and Cuba, like Ana Mendieta and María Evelia Marmolejo. And I met her, we acquired some pieces, and I proposed her to manage her studio. And because my background is in production design and architecture, I always helped artists that I work with develop bigger installations. That is my focus, and it's really the base of my work, even in the gallery. Because both the foundation and the gallery, I open to continue working with Annalie, because we developed this very motherly son, very special relationship. But yeah, this project came, we had the visit of Hur Al-Qasimi in Barbados, where she came to the research at the Annalie's library, which is a library of more than 4,000 books on post-colonial topics. And she stayed for around a month, and that's when she proposed us to develop this pavilion. Annalie, it was her first huge installation, and it's really the installation that changed her career. But this is a garden that it took us around a year and a half to grow, because we work with a botanist from the Netherlands, and he collected 150 seeds from all around the world of plants that were introduced for colonial economic reasons in certain regions of the world. And I think it was a very special installation, because plants, I guess, against the commercial aspect of the market, they need time to grow. You cannot plant a seed and expect in a month to have a plant.
That's a very nice word, the seed, right? We
seed,
all try to plant a seed. And that's a beautiful word. I love the word seed.
So this took several trips. We emptied the pavilion. Soil was brought. Seeds were planted. And this is a result. This installation was meant to become permanent at a certain degree, but unfortunately last year there was a flood and it got destroyed.
That was the flood we had here 2 years ago?
Yeah.
See, it doesn't happen every day, but...
You know, and finally the only plant standing, I have a picture that I can show you later, is the sugarcane, which
Amazing.
is,
yeah, that's nice.
that sugarcane that...
And speaking of planting a seed and the challenges, but the opportunities, because you had this opportunity really abroad before you come and you launch something here in the UAE. We had a chat, Giuseppe, I would like to ask a question for everyone. At the moment, speaking of public art, we have literally a public art every 5 months. In the region, in the UAE, in every city, it's important, but we always say, oh, that's amazing, things are happening and people are doing amazing things, and that's fantastic, right? But there are challenges, and there are some challenges that the public cannot really perceive or imagine happening, okay? And we always talk about public engagement, and we want the public to engage, and with that comes a big, burden. In your opinion, how many, in your opinion, all of you gentlemen, how many public art biennales and events are enough, or it's important? Let's go, why not? The more, the better. And how it can really impact the artists and the industry positively, hopefully, and what is your role in that?
Question for me?
Yes, for everyone. But you have maybe you'll start, Faisal?
Look, I don't think, yes, in the past couple of years, you're seeing more, engagement around the idea of public art, but this has always been there. It's now a little bit more structured, I would say, and there's more, strategies being put in place to make sure that what gets presented really kind of echoes what we've been talking about: engagement, bringing the public as a key stakeholder in the conversation. Whether that's happening successfully or not, that's a different story, but at least the intention is there. I do think that also the way we define public art, whenever you're thinking about a public art, people's mind always go to a statue, right, a sculpture, and that's level of permanence to the object, and that's not necessarily the case. That should not be the case. Sometimes it can be something as temporary as a one day. It can be a performance. It can be a conversation that happens in a specific location. That is, we need to widen the perspective of how do we define what is public art, and also what it's supposed to do. As I said in the beginning, it should be, it's a relationship, right? It's a relationship between the artist, the space, and the people. And that relationship, everyone should be like an equal stakeholder in that conversation, right?
In 10 years, you have seen definitely, because you're working at a Foundry or Space 421, you engage with the public, right? Have you seen a big change, and that could be positive or less as fast as you wish? Because also you are educational, you count a lot on your education qualities, and one of the pillars of 421 Art Campus is education. Not only that. Have you seen this change?
Massive. Look, 421 sits at I think at a weird intersection between a grassroots initiative and an institution. We don't necessarily, some of the things we do are very, very institutional, but other things that we do feel very, very grassroots. We really focus on the act of listening first in everything that we do, you know. All our programs, all of our initiatives are results of conversations with artists, with curators, with partners, etc. Like, what are you thinking about? We're thinking about this. Is there a way for us to think together and create something? Our strategy came a couple of years later than when we opened. So we opened with the idea of just listening to what the community wants. So have I seen a drastic change? Definitely, 100%. I think there's a lot of growth. There's a lot of, people are starting to become more critical of what they see, which is good, which is what we need. There is a level of engagement, strong engagement from the public in what we do. But also, we have decided to take a different approach to how we actually curate shows. How do we put programs? We try to kind of make sure that our space is open and inviting, and it does not just say that, but it feels like inviting. That. Yeah. Is the idea is that you can always say, our doors are open. But if I come in as the public into your space, how do I feel? And I don't feel that I can engage with what you're putting up, or I cannot understand the wall text that you put up, or that the work that you're putting up feels really foreign and distant to the work to what what's happening today, then it's not really open and inviting, right? You can call it that as much as you want, but unless you actually take the steps towards that, language is very important, right? Everything that we do is in both Arabic and English, and whenever we're working with artists from other languages, we try to also provide that as much as we can, whether, because we're in a multilingual society, right? We definitely agree. There's 200 people here, 200 different nationalities here. We should always be trying to provide information as much as possible in different languages. English, yes, is a predominant language, but we're still in an Arab country. Arabic should always come first. Absolutely. Everything that we do encourage that actually at Porto One.
I have something to build on, actually.
Can I say just one thing to complete what he was saying? If you notice, the last exhibition they had in Warehouse 421, the wall text has some sort of notes where explain, the abstract of the, curators into simple words for anybody, so anybody can understand that.
We try to meet people where they're at, right? There's a relationship that you need to build between a curator or an artist and the public, right? And our role as an organization is to be the middleman, somewhere in between. We need to make sure that the artist and the curator, have that creative freedom to build the language and the text around what they're thinking about, but also to make sure that it's not too complicated, right? Complex doesn't mean complicated. Of course. And to try to kind of break down very complex ideas, big terminology, etc. And we thought of like somewhere in between where the artist or the curator can still have that wall text. But one of the final levels of approval for the wall text is our security guards. They go through the text, because they're the custodians. They're the first people to actually be looking after that exhibition. So we want to make sure that they're actually fully invested in what we do and aware. So we go through the exhibition with them, the artworks and everything, and we give them the wall text. They read it, they think about it. We come back 2 days later. They've highlighted words that were very difficult for them, or they didn't understand. This paragraph was a little bit difficult. We rewrite it. We rethink it, and we present. So they're the final level of approval before the wall text get printed.
Thank you very much.
Jumping on, following what you said, with the gallery that opened 1 year ago, we just participated at Abu Dhabi Art, and we presented an artist from post-war Spain, Enrique, who is a disciple of Salvador Dali, and it's the same generation as Tapies. And very funnily that you say that, after 9/11, he started honoring the heritage that we have in Spain, which is 1,000 years of an Arab empire, of the Arab empire. And we presented all his works, which is a series of called The Labyrinth of Islam, which is a series that is inspired on Arabic calligraphy and abstract Arabic calligraphy, and how important language is a tool and vehicle of communication between religions and war zones and politics. And it's very interesting because my family is from the south of Spain, is from Cordoba originally, even if I grew up in the north, but it's something that because of growing in the middle of both places, it always really impacted me, the heritage of the Arabic period. And it's very interesting how in Spain, still to this day, they don't understand the importance of these 900 years of history that we have in Spain. And I've been working with him for 10 years.
And actually, if you go to Cordoba, it's plenty of public arts that's related to religion. I want to jump back to our subject, which is public arts. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but because also we're running out of time, a lot of time. I mean, it's an incredible. And Gaith, sorry to interrupt, but I really want.
Thanks. Interesting points. So I just kind of wanted to build on what Faisal was saying in the example of 421, which is this idea of access and constantly existing within the space of experimentation and like trial and error. There are so many examples of, again, public art and engagement throughout history that tell us things should happen in a certain way, right? But context plays an important role. So as we were talking about earlier, if we look at street art, for example, history has told us that this is a form of anarchy, this is anti-institutional, etc. Yet when it came to the Gulf, our first contemporary examples, so in the past 10, 15 years, of interest in public art as institutions and governments were, let's commission graffiti everywhere.
Make it glamorous.
Yeah, which was so counterintuitive and fascinating, but that's our, in these past 15 years, the first foray into public art was government commissions of street artists to produce these massive murals, El Cid and Sharjah and the many others.
And most of public arts at the moment, which is...
So and today how it's, in the past 2-3 years, government policy mandating, thinking about public art and how it can engage. But then going back to 421, what I wanted to bring in there is as a space, it is one of the most, I think, evolving in the sense that when you go to an exhibition, your wall texts are multifaceted. You have Braille, you have wall text that exists on a lower eye level because it's catering towards children, which again are fascinating examples of thinking about access. And this going back to this idea of what is right and wrong. It's not like we have a checklist of prescriptive examples of this is how you produce access and this is how you engage with communities. No, it's trial and error. And what Faisal was saying of this active listening. So the fact that it's just fascinating that we have institutional structures here that are engaging in processes that you would expect more from a bottom-up approach.
And if it was in your hand, how do you make that difference? And how can you remain authentic? How can Beit al-Mamzar continue to be Beit al-Mamzar as it's today? Public engagement plays a place where dialogue, but also in a very comfortable, almost like at home.
Okay, that's kind of tough. I don't know if I have an answer to that. Again, but yeah, it's, I think, important to go back to context. We're in a moment where a lot of things are happening top down. So, you need to keep up with the fact that, again, our kind of typical understanding of, for example, government and institutional structures is they're bureaucratic and they're slow to change. Therefore, so my answer in maybe another place in the world would be, we need to keep doing and we need to keep, pushing this agenda of whatever it is on, on that grassroots level. But in the context of the Gulf, we have governments that are insanely agile. And, by this time next year, you might have government policies that immediately solve, 9 out of 10 of the problems that exist on the grassroots, which you wouldn't find somewhere else.
Which is the main problem that you face?
It's
one.
So, inaffordability, I think, access to spaces, the ability to collectivize as individual artistic practices, those are kind of some of the key challenges. But the reason I mention this is because the government has already listened, and they are already showing signs that things are changing in that regard, right? So this idea of like maintaining agility and continuing to question what accessibility means, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Giuseppe?
It's interesting, you mentioned bottom-up and top-to-bottom, and I think it's interesting to look also at this perspective, and initiative like yours, for example, or Baith 15 when they started, it's important because independent art initiatives are really like grassroots and, speaking from the heart without, being driven by commission projects or by the government organizations. So I think it's important. And when we speak about the public and the private, we were discussing last time. So I think when you have this opportunity of having a project, like presenting an exhibition or a project in a private context, or let's say semi-private context, I think you have much less pressure than exhibiting something in a public space. And I'm always like speaking with the highest respect of the culture and everything. But I think when you are in that semi-private context, you, as a curator, for example, as a founder, you have less pressure, and then you can work more relaxed and say, okay, maybe this content is okay. If it's not okay, it's okay. I have the chance to remove it anytime, While when you have to work in a public space, like for example, our space with Foundry or Warehouse 41, you have to make sure that everything is super, perfect and sharp.
And do you think we will reach a point, one of the last questions I want to ask, do you think we will reach a point where you would feel, Faisal, Pepe, and yourself, I hope you'll always have more freedom, which is right? But Giuseppe, Faisal, and Pepe, one of the last questions I want to ask is, do you think more freedom will give you more space to accommodate and create and build on what you already been building? And if that's the case, what is it really that's missing? What is it? Time? Is it?
I don't think there is anything missing. I think it's always a matter of time. I think making sure that who's in charge of any place or institution has enough experience and enough knowledge to understand what is respectful, what is disrespectful, what is dangerous, what is not. And because sometimes it's very easy to find, that little thing that you could say, okay, from now on, no longer this subject is allowed in public space. So it takes very little to stop and put this kind of regulation. So I think we as cultural translators, let's call ourselves, we have to make sure that we understand those kind of challenges and we address it in the right context.
Are we going in the right direction here in the region?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Faisal?
I think to your first question, are we going to the right direction? Yes, I think we are definitely going to the right direction. But there's always ways to pivot, right? We need to think about the work that we do is constant, right? There's no end to it. There's no end. There's no mountain peak that you need to get to. That doesn't exist, right? Because what is that mountain peak, and where does it exist elsewhere that you're trying to get to? We need to keep. We need to make sure that everything that we do is contextual, to the locality that we're in, to its history, to its culture, to the way it's evolving, right? To how young it is, and just continue to work toward making things better. And that's it. You know, like when we're thinking about direction and we're thinking about, you know, like where we're going, there's always that kind of comparison that you're trying to make with anywhere else, whether, you know, whether it's West or East or Africa and
thankfully, interestingly, at the moment, we are looking even close by, right?
Yeah,
we don't have to look back further.
It's not helpful to anyone because the context is completely different from one place to another. You need to just focus on where you are, where you're here today, and what is happening here today, and that is where your focus should be. Yes, you take inspiration and you look, you know, or lessons learned, but the contexts are completely different from one another, and it's just about the continuous growth of the work that we do. And as you were saying, exactly, our role here as organizations, whether grassroots or institutions or
cultural translators,
is to try to kind of constantly be, you know, challenging the status quo, pushing the envelope, bringing subjects that are current and people are interested in talking to, and to kind of just continuously build those engagements with the public. That's it.
Thank you very much. Pepe.
So I'm the new one in the region, and actually, by the way, I started learning Arabic a couple of months ago. So I hope
should I embarrass you and ask you in Arabic, or just, you know?
No, not yet. No. But I do agree. Context is very important, and I always focus on context locally and regionally where I am, but always trying to create this conversation with with a more global perspective and picture. And in my case, because I haven't, even though I've been here for a while, coming and going, working, and whatsoever, I'll try to honor this contextual,
Thank you very much, Pepe. And thank you for learning Arabic, because next time we'll be in Arabic. Gaith?
You'll probably have better Arabic than I will. Just reflecting on that, I think, again, as Pepe and Faisal and Giuseppe were saying, it's there's no immediate right answer. It's maybe just focusing on, what is most pressing at this moment in time. With that said, I think as grassroots or established institutions or as artistic practitioners, we constantly need to maintain the self-awareness and criticality towards the structures around us. It's important not to get complacent, and it's important not to over-glorify. I think maybe that's, to say it subtly, if we were to say what our issues are in this region and in this context, we maybe tend to be a little bit too self-congratulatory, too easy to praise our achievements and developments, and that, is a great thing. It's great to be positive, but at the same time, it does risk blunting the sharpness of our critical eye.
Absolutely.
So I think that's, again, as things change so fast, and as the context as well means different things to different people, because again, this is an important point to consider when we are talking about public. It's not one public, and it is a constantly changing public. As we mentioned, 200 nationalities, different cultural contexts and
only
influences.
in Dubai, 4.5 million people now live in the city. It's really one of the most populated city in Asia.
And within the next 10 years, it'll become a 10 million population. That, these are huge changes. So I think,
Thank you very much. Before we end this, I would like now to go to the public. If you have any questions, and hopefully we've provoked, again, I'll use this word, some interest in you, and then you have the right questions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rafat. I'm a journalist from Baena newspaper. Thanks a lot for this wonderful and useful talk. It's really, really comprehensive and useful. Sorry, I wanted to ask my question in Arabic because there is some details is specialized. I think my friend Ahmed will help to explain for you.
And also Pepe, by
Yeah.
the way. He will try.
الفن بالمجمل هناك رسالة، حتما هناك رسالة، هناك رسالة للفن. الفن في الأماكن العامة تحديدا يحمل رسالة خطيرة، وهو منذ أمد تحت سيطرة الحكومات، بدأ منذ إيطاليا إلى الاتحاد السوفيتي إلى الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، يوجه وهناك رسالة، يحمل رسالة. لكن في الوضع الحالي الآن هناك آراء تتهم الفن في الأماكن العامة أنه أغرق في الرمزية وذهب في اتجاه تربية الناس للنزعة الاستهلاكية. هل من رسالة حقيقية ترتقي بالذائقة العامة للفن الآن؟ وماذا عن تجربة من هم لهم جاليريات في الدول الأجنبية مثل مستر جوزيف، ما بين مقارنتهم الفن ومستواه في الدول الغربية وهنا، ما طبيعة الاختلاف ذائقة الناس؟ الشق الثاني من السؤال، الإمارات كما أكد الجميع تحتوي مجموعة من الثقافات، وهناك بانوراما جميلة تنتج مجموعة من الأعمال الجميلة خاصة الفن في الأماكن العامة. هل يا ترى سنشهد ولادة حركة فنية مهمة ومختلفة مغايرة تشكل تناغما ثقافيا بين الثقافات ولقاء وحوار وتناغم ثقافي وتسامح بلغة الفن بسبب الإمارات؟
Thank you very much. That's two beautiful questions that will test my capacity in translation, but really it's amazing because it was a beautiful classic Arabic, really. Congratulations on that, really. Thank you very much. And he's always, Baena newspaper always supported the creative community, so thank you for that. The first question was, throughout history, the public arts installations and presentations, they were very government-led from the Soviet Union, from Italy, and you said something else, and then it came all the way to this region. The first question was, how do you, and then also the first presentations of public arts here in the region was also by governments, and now we see it's more into a commercial side that creates a different dialogue. All right, how do you think this is happening? Is it becoming too commercial, and if that's good or not? And that's the first question. The second question: do you think, especially for from our panelists who are not from the region or not from the UAE, do you think we are witnessing a new art movement related solely to the public art? I think that was a good. What do you think, Faisal?
I think it was okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you.
I can venture an answer.
Yes, please. Absolutely. Thank you.
For me personally, I don't care who funds that art, whether it's government, private gallery, an investor, as long as the art actually is contextual, as long as it actually serves a purpose, as long as it stops people, makes them slow down, visit, engage, come back again, talk about it, post about it, engage, have a conversation about it. It doesn't really matter who is actually funding that work. At the end of the day, if it's actually there to serve the public, and if it's actually in conversation with that public, then the funding issue just becomes secondary. If it's there to fund to serve other agendas, then that's a different story. But if it's actually truly trying to create a relationship with the public, then that's what it I would say. It doesn't actually matter. Is there, sorry, I forgot the second part.
The second question, do you think, are we witnessing at the moment with all these abundance of events related to public arts, we are witnessing a new line of creatives and artists that they work probably more or majorly for public art? Is it a new thing that we'll witness growing within the community?
Yeah, maybe I can take this. Because I wanted to, two brilliant questions, by the way, for those who don't understand Arabic, like they were beautifully put. is to bring in the point of capitalism in all of this, and again, public space and agendas, and which is to say that although, for most of this panel, we've been talking about the importance of context and being context specific, but one of the things that I think we can generalize from the Gulf context is hyper-capitalism, and how that is, again, a feature that we will see across the world. More specifically, the disenfranchisement of so many of us within these structures.
We should get a message from that.
Yeah, so what I mean by this is...
You didn't say anything wrong. I feel it is, but it's not.
Yeah, is what happens when we exist in these capitalist structures is we become hyper-individualistic. We become so much of a number. And our economic condition within these structures, we become hyper-aware of. So then again, going back to what Faisal was saying, when you are creating public art, it doesn't matter how it's funded or by who, or as long as it's engaging with these publics. So it had me thinking of maybe, what is the most pervasive form of public art we see in the Gulf today, specifically the UAE? Designs for real estate developments, right? These utopian visions of this is the future that you can buy yourself into. And what that means, and what's amazing is you see some artistic practices critically engaging with that, whether it's Vikram Devicha or Shazia Salam or various others, looking at what art exists around us that, maybe we aren't defining as art. What are these visual influences that exist in these contexts?
Well, if you are outside Foundry, you would see digital art inside, and then you turn and you see Burj Khalifa. So I think that's...
and going back to, for example, Foundry, one of the things people criticize about setting up an art space in downtown Dubai is, it's such a, superficial place, and it's full of just tourists and whatever. But when you think about it, it is perhaps the most democratic context that you can think of for an art space in the UAE, because I kid you not, if we were to go out and ask, virtually anyone who's just a member of society, what's As-Sarkal Avenue, they'd have no idea. Yeah. Yet Foundry and downtown would be somewhere that they're intimately familiar with, and yet in our art circles, we imagine As-Sarkal as this, rooted space, and it's existed and it's familiar. But honestly, for most of the general public, it's out of their radar. So spaces like Foundry and this idea of engaging with art on the sidewalk in the middle of downtown, that's as democratic as it can get.
And since you mentioned hypercapitalism, I wanted to come back to your question. Thank you, by the way. So what I think is trending now, it's commissions, public art commissions by big brands. So big brands now, luxury brands, they need this sort of, not now, recently, it's been now a while, more than 10, 15 years, but they need this sort of validation from the art world to kind of evolve into something more engaging, to engage with a new audience, because the luxury, as far as I understood, is in crisis. So, the art...
is saving the day.
Sorry?
Saving the day somehow.
Yeah. And also another answer to answer also the question is engagement with interactive and full immersive experience, the experiential, the so-called experiential projects. This is trending now. So now some artists, they are doing meaningfully in a nice way. Some other artists, they are doing less. But this is what I see now in the trend.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
So going back to the Spanish context, I was explaining before that in Spain, the commercial aspect of the art is almost non-existent, and that has been institutionalized for many years. And when it comes to public art, with the economic boom of the 90s until the crisis in 2008, the government invested a lot in creating public sculptures, and that's the reason why, since the crisis in 2008, they kind of stopped investing in, because I think Spain is oversaturated of public art. There is a sculpture on any single roundabout in the whole country. And for me, that's, I guess, one of the reasons why our concept is about decentralizing, and because oversaturation for me, I don't think it's something sustainable on the longer run.
Correct. Thank you very much. Do you have another question? We have, no, we started 10 minutes late. We have 5 minutes. We do? Where is Anna? Oh, 2 questions.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Maria, and I'm part of 100 Collectors. We're a club that is trying to connect collectors from all around the world with art. And I was wondering if you could dive deeper into the challenges behind creating this ecosystem and collaboration between private, public sector, more specifically on the role of us as civil society and as a public. What can we do, and what is your expectation on us in able to contribute to this movement and to these initiatives?
That's a very big question, huh? And then?
As a start, engage and critique.
Nice.
As a start, a bit of engagement and critique. I think critique is something very, very important for artistic practice, for institutional growth in general as well. And I think it's quite missing today, contextually here, where a society built on being nice and being polite. And I think generally critique is missing because of that, and I think we need to push for more of that as a start. If you talk about civil society in general and the role, visit more and critique and have an opinion about the work that you see. You like it, why? If you don't like it, why?
Great answer, thank you. Anyone, would you like?
Yeah, no, just to stress what Faisal was saying is something, that we, I think, still struggle with in the contemporary period. If we are to be defining things in terms of moments, we're still missing critique. That's still a big one, even though there's been a lot of grassroots efforts of like artist collectives to come together and like form critique circles, or speaking of critique, better art criticism in our publications. We're missing that. Yeah. Our reviews, kind of suck. It's just they take the press release and they publish it. No, we want, art criticism. That's another thing we're missing. But unfortunately, that's a structural thing, because the reason we're missing it is because we aren't, the structures that exist don't help facilitate people to take that on as a profession, as a full-time writer. And that's because of the lack of, good publications and investing. But going back to civil society and maybe the role of the private sector, that I think would be interesting to see in, I guess, the coming era or the coming 10 years, is more investment from the private sector, whether it's micro-investing and increasing collecting, or motivating the private sector to take on more of a role in patronage. An example that I want to point to is the recent announcement of the Dubai Museum of Contemporary Art or something.
Which is a great example for private.
Exactly, which is funded and going to be operated by Al Fataim, which is one of Dubai's top business families. And so I think it'll be great in the next 10 years to see much more of this. An example which we've seen is a great example, which has had already in the few years it's existed, a huge impact has been Ishara Foundation.
Of course.
Which, things like that.
Thank you very much. Anna, do we have another few minutes for one question? One question.
Hi there. Thank you so much for today. It's been an interesting discussion to be a part of in the audience. My question is for everyone, including Ahmed. I'm wondering, outside of your own practice and collaborations, what have you found to be the most memorable and successful artworks that have resonated with you, that you have come across?
Okay, well, honestly, one of the slides, but we didn't have time, which is when there is no time, that's mean it was an exciting time, right? A short time. The public installation in near Al Hudayba, not very far from here, which was a collaboration between Asma Bilhamar, Afra Al-Dhahiri, Mohammed Ibrahim, and Khalid Al-Banna, and Sheikh Al-Mazrou. I think around the world there is thousands, but I think this one, I really love this. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. The Union of the Artists. It's wonderful because really many artists that I respect, first of all. It shows when if you read the press release or the title, but it's the challenges of all of us, coexistence, but also dialogue, contradiction, fights that we have, and it has so many little details. For example, there is the sadu, the tali, and there's female, masculine, femininity. There's a lot of things in this place. And one of the questions I couldn't ask today was, around the world we were able to go way much closer around public arts. Unfortunately, here we see it from far because we're a society that we were always in our car, and that's an unfortunate, but for another discussion, hopefully. But yes, this marked me a lot. I love it. And if you haven't, guys, seen it, there's a garden, and now in winter, it's very nice to see it. Thank you for the question.
Oh, I have an interesting fun fact about this artwork. So that was a really hard question.
It's a good question.
A great question, but picking one is super hard. So about the Union of the Artists, and I think an interesting point about agency is how this artwork was created. So this was the result of one of the first open calls by Dubai Culture for public art in this contemporary context. It was two years ago. They selected a short list of artists who had applied, and one of the artists was meant to take this commission and produce a public artwork. What the shortlisted artists did instead was they came together. It was during Art Dubai when they announced it. They went and had coffee afterwards, and they were like, hey, listen, guys, what if we're like, hey, you can't pick one of us. We want to collectivize and produce a public artwork together.
I didn't know about this, so that's fantastic.
It was in the press release, but kind of as a sideline. But that, to me, was one of the most amazing things about this public artwork is the agency of the artist. And that's why they called it the Union of the Artists, is because they had come together and were like, we want to work together and produce this. So, yeah.
I love that. And with that, unfortunately, we don't have more time, but thank you very much. It was an honor to be humbly moderating this. Thank you everyone who joined us. Thank you for Inloco for all your efforts and the gentlemen at the technical. And this is just the beginning of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear speakers. This discussion was very vibrant and I would say even hot, if I may. And a very small announcement. In our schedule, we are having a break now. You are very welcome to join us to the informal networking session and treat yourself with some coffee and delicious pastries over there in a hall. We'll start with the next discussion at 3 p.m. So, welcome again. I'm very happy that most of you stayed with us for the second talk, and I'm very happy to see those who just joined us. We are about to start, and this time we're going to talk about public art in relations to the temporary projects, such as biennales, festivals, art fairs, because these institutional structures push the public art industry beyond its borders. I'm going to give a mic to our beautiful and amazing moderator, Sana Saskari.
Is this working? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining our panel titled Temporary Structures, Permanent Shifts, How Time-Based Art Events such as biennials, art fairs, and festivals reshape the public realm and public discourse. Sound is good? Yeah? Okay, wonderful. Before we begin, I'd like to extend a warm thank you to Inloco Initiative and especially to Anna. We've been in regular communication for organizing today's program, and to our esteemed speakers who have taken time out of their busy schedule to be with us today. I'd like to briefly introduce our speakers today. We have Leila bin Barak, Director of National Pavilion UAE at Venice Biennale since 2013. She has played a central role in shaping the UAE's presence at one of the world's most influential cultural platforms, commissioning artists and curators, supporting the development of their theme, and contributing to the pavilion's long-term cultural vision. Leila brings essential insight into how national narrative are constructed within a highly competitive, time-based global context such as Venice Biennale. Welcome, Leila. Then we have Donia Gottweis, the new director of Art Dubai Fair and formerly the global head of gallery relations of Art Basel, where she's worked across Basel's multiple international editions. Her career spans over the last 14 years, if I'm correct, yeah? In the global art fair ecosystem, developing gallery networks, shaping fair strategies across US, Europe, Asia, and now the Middle East. She brings a deeply international perspective to her new role at Art Dubai Fair. Welcome to UAE, Donia. We also have Moaf Alofi, Associate Director of Creative Production at the Diriyah Biennial Foundation in Saudi Arabia, and a multidisciplinary artist whose practice explores landscape, memory, and the layered histories embedded in place. Through photography, research, and fieldwork, his work prompts us to think about how time, disappearance, and persistence shape our understanding of a place. Welcome, Moaf.
Thank you. Just a small little correction related to, unfortunately, we have 3-4 platforms recently in Saudi with similar names, somehow, sometimes. So I have nothing to do with the Diriyah Biennale Foundation. It is more with the Diriyah Foundation under Diriyah Gate Development Authority, which part of it is the Diriyah Gate Company. So it's there, but I'm proud and happy to be part of them anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear Diriyah Foundation. Okay, and an artist. We also, I think, we have Alfredo Cramerotti, which I'm not sure if we were able to make a connection with, who's supposed to join us from Qatar, no? Regardless, I'll give a brief introduction of Dr. Alfredo Cramerotti, in case he's able to join us later. Director of the Media Majlis Museum at Northwestern University in Qatar, a curator and a scholar whose work examines the intersection of contemporary art, media, and digital culture. He has co-curated multiple national and collateral pavilions at Venice Biennale and has led curatorial projects including New Riyadh, Art Dubai's digital section, as well as the Lumen Prize. Hope that he can join us. And with that said, it's only right I introduce myself as well. My name is Sana Zaskari, and I'm an independent curator and a cultural advisor with over 14 years of experience in the UAE and internationally. I founded a space called The Mind, which was a project space in Dubai in 2013 as a platform for regional emerging artists. I have also produced multiple public art commissioning for Dubai Media Office, UAE government, along with wider cultural programming. This year, I've also curated multiple exhibitions, a collaboration in Al Sirkal Avenue, as well as a recent show at the Third Line. It is my pleasure to moderate today's talk. Okay, so we'll start with questions for... Actually, I'd like to give a brief about the topic that we're discussing today. When we look at public art events, many of which are planned many years in advance, yet unfold over remarkably condensed durations, we begin to see a cultural landscape defined by intensities. Whether it is the concentrated temporality of an art fair, the episodic cadence of a festival, a cyclical momentum of a biennial, these formats appear briefly and then recede, leaving behind traces often more consequential than their physical timelines suggest. Despite their built-in impermanence, such events have significantly shaped how art operates within the urban fabric of cities. They introduce new ideas, activate public places, and bring diverse communities into dialogue with each other. They create spaces for critical reflection and collaborative experimentation where artists, curators, test new modes of engagement in real time. And through these events that are fleeting, the ripple effect that they generate culturally and socially often extend far beyond their visible duration. They broaden public imagination, influence cultural discourse, and contribute to a longer-term trajectories within the region's artistic landscape. Today's discussion invites our speakers to reflect on how these temporary formats leave marks that endure and how together they reshape the public realm and cultural conversations. Okay, so with that said, I would like to start with Donia. Newbies first. Donia, with your extensive experience from one of the world's leading global art fairs, Art Basel, you're now stepping into the UAE's art ecosystem. Coming from Art Basel, which operates across multiple international editions, to the Art Dubai fair, a single location, locally rooted fair, what are the immediate differences you observe between these two models of temporary cultural structures? And could you also speak to, actually tell us about Art Dubai's fair year-round engagement with audiences, with entities such as, just to think of a few, Al Sirkal Avenue, the UAE Pavilion in Venice, the Sharjah Biennial, and how these collaborations help build a deeper community-focused cultural ecosystem?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's more than one question and a lot to talk about. No, but it's super interesting. I mean, the first thing that I experienced when I came to Dubai is that Art Dubai is more than just an art fair. There's really engagement with the community all year round in a way that I haven't seen it at any of the Art Basel fairs that I've been working on. Which is also supported by the infrastructure of Dubai and by the people that live here. It's this extremely creative place. There is a big community of supporters that has grown over the past 20 years. But one of the things that Art Dubai does, which I think is great, they have a membership program for collectors where they organize travel, exhibition, curators take us through exhibitions, whether that's Jamil or that's a gallery in Al Sirkal. We just did a trip to Uzbekistan, to the Bukhara Biennale. We go to artist studios. We just did, which was really exciting. To talk about how we work with other institutions. We had a gallery that exhibits at Art Dubai. One of the artists was shown at the Sharjah Museum. We hosted a dinner with the artists here in Dubai, and then the members that were participating in the dinner, we all went to the opening afterwards the next day. You know, like, and I think these are extremely wonderful ways to collaborate, and the galleries, the artists, they're so thankful. And I think these are the things that make Art Dubai special. We also have like an education program, two actually. So one together with ARM, where we create workshops that are run by local artists in schools. I think so far we reached 50,000 children, to give them, you know, like, to allow them to experience art. We also have now it has developed a little bit, but now it's more like a trainee program where we have, it's called Campus Art Dubai. And we take trainees every year that work with us on the fair. We do mentorship. We try to find job opportunities for them after. I think last year, every one of them found a job in the art world in Dubai. And we also, like two of those work very closely with us now. So there are things that where we like grab into the community that like a global art fair enterprise like Art Dubai, like Basel, doesn't even have the time, or I don't think doesn't think about. So yeah.
Wonderful. And just going back to some of these cultural clubs, like or art, collectors club, they are. I guess you could only register by paying a fee. Right?
That's true.
That's right. Okay, so they cater to a group of people.
That's true.
Aside from that, Dunya, how does Art Dubai, aside from their internship program and educational program, how does Art Dubai engage the local community, such as, you know, cultural workers, art practitioners, curators, young emerging artists that are not necessarily connected to a art collectors club or a institution? They're perhaps, you know, just like majority of us have moved here. They're not Emirati. They're new to the scene and to the sort of cultural sphere. How can they join to be sort of involved with Art Dubai program?
Also a very good question. Well, I think, you know, I only arrived here, I think 7 months ago, so I'm still learning and I'm still connecting with people. But one thing that we want to do is to grow this, you know, like to, so far, how to connect with artists, collectors, maybe future collectors, you name it. I think we can do more, and we will do more. But I think that Art Salon, it's true, it's for members. We also want to tier this to make it more accessible moving forward. But also like working with curators, with independent practitioners, you know, like I think like with those members, we can visit those spaces and create a relation. And I think like just being here, being out and about and like meeting people, you know, like so many ideas come out of it. So I don't even think we are there yet.
Wonderful. I love how open you are to this. And are there any particular shifts, new direction or changes you're hoping to introduce this year or the following year?
I would say we evolve. I think, well, first of all, you know, like I'm so grateful to come to an art fair that has this legacy and that people really love. But there are three things that are, I would say, that I would like to address. So I visited Art Dubai, I have to say, for the first time in April. So, but you, of course, you look around and you think about like, you know, like what works, what doesn't work. And for me, there are three things that I wanted to do. One thing is that our emerging sector, Bababa, really becomes a place for emerging artists, maybe mid-career artists if they haven't shown in the region yet, or for whatever reasons. And we introduced a support program where we share the risk with the galleries. So you pay 50% of your booth fee up front and the rest based on sales. And we also don't leave the galleries on their own. So one thing that we want to do, we want to introduce VMP ambassadors in Dubai that take care of micro communities and then can really do their matchmaking, like that they know what the galleries bring, they know the collectors, they know what they want, they know what institutions are interested in, and we can support that. So that's one focus. And the other one is that I felt that the modern sector last year was a little bit like scattered out, and I think it's so important to understand the past, and I think for so many people, like to come here to the region, we have so many international visitors at the fair as well. It's so interesting to understand the past. It's also going to be the theme of the 20th anniversary fair, which is future, past, present, where you look into the future through the lens of the past and you can address the urgencies of the present. And so we have, it was really important for me to have a dedicated section, curated section, where we have at least 10, if not more, historical presentations. And then we create a new sector, which is called Bawaba Extended, which will span the entire campus, which is like big installations, maybe food-based art, hospitality-based art, where you can experience it without like just only, you go to an art fair and then you go to a booth and then you have to ask the price. So to make it more accessible and experience-based, I think these are the three things that I want to change.
I've personally been raised around Art Dubai. That was one of, in my early 20s, first references of where we would go. And
no, like everybody has this story. Everybody remembers their first Art Dubai story. It's so nice.
Yeah, it's an important art and culture pillar for us Dubai kids, and we've seen it become. We've grown together. So it's wonderful to see where it is today. Going back to involving the community, the Bawaba is a very interesting initiative, definitely with younger initiatives. Are there sections that include, is Gaith here, Beit Mamzar, for example, grassroots, homegrown initiatives like Beit Mamzar, or that are actually based in Sharjah, or even my own project, the mine was a very sort of grassroots, emerging artist/project space. Is there a section in the fair already existing or coming to be which is involving the grassroots homegrown initiatives?
Well, I would say not how you're framing it now. I think one thing that differentiates Art Dubai from other fairs, especially ones that come into the region now, that it's homegrown and that it's grassroots. Do we have a section for non-commercial galleries? No.
Okay. There was a section, actually. It was called Residencies. Oh. Yeah, it was so wonderful. You would do a 1 month, yeah, that's 2015, right? I participated in that. Yeah, it was really wonderful because you would, it was in the lower ground floor, and what they did is they flew in one artist per initiative that did a 1 month long residency in D3, and then they produced the work for the fair. I hope you bring it back. Okay, well, thank you, Donia. My next questions, I'll come back to you again. My next questions were for Alfredo about the digital section at Art Dubai, but we still don't have him, do we? Okay, no problem. Then on that note, I would like to move to Leila. With international biennials. Leila, when presenting a pavilion and shaping a narrative for an international platform like Venice, how does the pavilion's finite duration influence how the team constructs a national narrative on such a competitive global stage?
With a lot of tears. Is this on? Is this work? Yeah. With a lot of tears. It's hard because the process itself starts a year and a half before they even get nominated. So we have a whole committee structure, and that's a 3-part structure. So there are proposals that are submitted and reviewed, and they get questioned until a final team or individual or artist, or depending if it's art or architecture, is selected. And then they come to us with my small team, and we help them focus this grand idea that they have to actually happen in the 7 months that they actually usually have to do it, which is the research, the publication, the graphic design, the build, the construction, everything, which is a really tight timeline. And I would say over the years, I think this coming year will be my 12th exhibition there. I think we've got a system input, but it requires a lot of hard conversations with the team. And also, you know, the selection process also with the committee and the conversations that they have when they meet either the team or the individual is to ask them like questions of, you know, what's your methodology for research? How do you build your timelines? If you have, these are the dates, because the Biennale has non-negotiable dates, you know, part of the process of nomination is to ask them, okay, well, if this is when the Biennale is opening, give us your estimated timeline of how you're going to accomplish this amazing idea that you're proposing. So all of these things kind of factor into it. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your...
And that goes through like I'm very interested in the process. So let's say curators or artists suggest a theme or a concept, and it goes through a board of there's a board, I'm assuming.
There's a selection committee,
and
yes.
how's that connected to the national representation of that year?
So the selection, yeah. So the selection committee itself. Let's talk about that first. Our selection committee is comprised of some individuals who are, let's say, long-term members who know the story of the pavilion from the first time it participated in 2009 until now. They also usually have positions that are respected amongst the community, and they're usually quite higher up positions. Let's say in government or representation in that kind of level. We always have the previous curator on the committee because they've been through the trauma that we've put them through. So they know the process of, this is my wonderful idea, and then the reality of how we break them down and make them really look at it in a way that, okay, it's a great idea. How are you going to do it in the pavilion? And then we usually invite members from the community, depending if it's an art biennale committee or architecture, who are more subject matter experts to also give their opinion. So it's kind of a top and a bottom up kind of thing. My role is to guide the conversation, maybe prod a little bit, but it's really the committee that makes that decision. For architecture, we have an open call, so we do an international open call for proposals. They can be from here, anywhere, but it has to be a story that's rooted in the UAE and reflective of what's happening here. And for art, at the moment, you know, and all of these things happen in conversation with the committee, you know, in terms of how do we see the pavilion, because we have a permanent space instead of just one-off exhibitions internationally, which it was the first 3 years. But once we got our permanent space, it was an opportunity to think, okay, how do we build this story over time? And yeah, you can just click through some of these past pavilions. So it's more about how do we build this story incrementally over time, and how do we you know, in small incremental ways change or shift people's notions about, you know, outside what's happening here, but also internally, like how do we help people's voices be heard? How do we shine light on those stories that aren't being told or aren't being seen, not just by the international community, but also here as well?
It's definitely a competitive stage to be on.
Yes.
And you guys have done so well.
Well, you know, we've been there for a while, so yeah, we've been really blessed so far.
Can you tell us, I mean, just like Art Dubai, UAE National Pavilion is another very important art pillar of UAE. And can you tell us a little bit about the background, what year you started, and about, I remember that Mohammed Qasim.
So the first pavilion, if you go back, was actually back. Yeah, this is the first pavilion. It was in 2009. It's with Lamia Gargash. I don't know if anybody, I'm sure a lot of people were here then. It was a very interesting time to be in the UAE. You know, museum projects had all just been announced. You know, the gallery scene was kind of really becoming all hot and bothered. And, you know, Sharjah Art Foundation also, Sheikh Ahour had just moved back in 2005, so even that was kind of building up. And there was a lot of, and also what is now Art Dubai was Gulf Art Fair for 2 years before it became Art Dubai. And so all of these things, and then you also had the auction houses. So there was a lot of focus and attention happening. I mean, there was the Dubai Film Festival back in those days. So there was a lot of attention that was happening and being, you know, focused on this area. And, you know, especially with the announcement of the museum projects in Saadiyat, okay, you're going to bring in all of these museums, some international, some that they're going to do homegrown. How do you as a young country maybe get taken seriously? Because up until that point, everyone just thought our roads were paved with gold and we're all about big, you know, sail-like buildings and, you know, Burj Al Arab and all that kind of stuff. So that we're more than that. And how do you get taken seriously in the art communities? You go to the biggest event in the world, which is the Venice Biennial. So the UAE participated in the first three, 2009, 2011. This is 2013 with Mohammed Qadem.
This is the year I started the mine.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
And this was very inspirational for me.
It was, I think, inspirational. I mean, just being part of the UAE participating in Venice was huge. I was with the Third Line Gallery in those days. And in 2009, when the pavilion opened, I think anyone who was anyone in the art scene across the UAE was in Venice. We literally, the UAE descended on Venice. There were two big parties, two pavilions. We won't go into that politics. But anyway, so at the end of 2013, I think, you know, the powers that be decided that, okay, this is a project that is actually, you know, worthwhile. And they signed a long-term agreement with La Biennale Foundation to have a permanent space, which meant we were now committed to doing not just art, but also architecture. That's right. And I joined for when at the end of 2013. So 2014, which is a architecture biennale, was the first exhibition that I did in our permanent space. It was also the time where the architecture biennale itself, up until that point, was a shorter duration than the art biennale. So the art biennale usually would open in April and end in November. Up until 2014, the architecture would be September to November. It was shorter. But Rem Koolhaas was the curator for the biennale that year, and he really insisted that it be open for longer. And of course, you know, longer means more tickets, which means more people and better for the, Biennale Foundation. So they thought that was a great idea too.
And if I'm not mistaken, 2013 was the year that Expo 2020 was announced, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, I remember.
Too many things are announced. I can't remember all of them.
It was a big year for the UAE art scene. A lot was happening, including the mine.
all kinds of things were happening. So from 2014 onwards, we have been showing up regularly every year in the same space, doing art and architecture. And the one thing that you can say about consistently showing up is that people start paying it, you know, slowly it seeps into that larger consciousness. And now, almost 12 exhibitions later, people come back to see what is the UAE doing. And they have their opinions, sometimes good, sometimes bad, it's fine. But they come to see what is, what is happening. And it just, then you can have more nuanced conversations with people rather than the surface conversations.
And it's around the corner for those that don't know.
Yeah, so we just closed the architecture pavilion this past weekend, and the art biennale will open beginning of May. Yeah.
Yeah. And you guys do quite well by bringing a huge group of people from UAE. Like, people just do show up. And I was thinking about this a little bit. It's you've got the local community here with Art Dubai Fair, and then you look at international influx of people, versus the UAE pavilion also really works on bringing the UAE local community, vice versa, to
I mean,
Venice.
definitely, we're now at a situation where we don't have enough tickets for everyone who wants to come to the Biennale, which is maybe a good place to be. But we also run an internship program, and from the beginning. And to be honest, I think that's one of our biggest legacies, because you know, we could, while the pavilion is open for those 7 months, have just hired Italians to open and close the pavilion and clean it and, you know, tell whatever script that you give them for the exhibition. But again, we saw it as an opportunity of how do you build knowledge capital here in the UAE? How do we benefit our communities here? Because everything is growing, everything is changing. You know, I know that this here now is very different than it was even 10 years ago, 12 years ago, the opportunities that exist. So we send young Emiratis and long-term nationals to Venice to be docents and ambassadors. They stay for a month, and they're caretakers of the pavilion once it's open. Those individuals come back to the UAE and go into the ecosystem of the UAE itself. You know, opening up their own architectural firms, curatorial labs, they become artists, they represent, you know, our curator this year for architecture did our internship in 2014. It inspired her to go do her master's. She did it, she came back. She opened up her own, you know, architectural lab with her friends, but it was also a professor, applied to the open call, and she won it. You know, so like this is, when you see that too, you know, it's not only influencing outside because they're the best ambassadors, they also come here and become part of that larger ecosystem.
Wonderful, thank you, Leila. It's so interesting to see on both perspectives how there's such a long-term planning, and it's a very time-bound process, and it's only lasts, well, I think of the biennial for the opening week mostly. Of course, there is...
Yeah, it does stay open more than just that week.
That's right. But like for the art fair, for example, it's only 1 week long.
Yeah.
So going back to that topic, I'd like to bring Moath in, the topic of time and temporality. Moath, much of your work deals with traces, disappearance, and the shifting layers of land over time. You document archaeological sites while also engaging in the fast-moving world of contemporary art, where works appear, intensify, and then they vanish. How do you hold on to your sort of conceptual narrative within these sort of contrasting temporalities?
First of all, thank you for having me. Thanks to Inloco for including me. I'm their artist now, which is maybe a minor announcement to actually mention. And I'm really honored to be part of this conversation with yourself and the team. So thank you for that. And once I got actually these answers from even like maybe, I think 2 days ago, and it did brought a lot to my attention. It actually brought a lot of thinking toward it. Maybe one of them, the major important thought that I got in my mind is where we actually grow up visiting Jeddah, and Jeddah art scene was booming, I know the past 10 years, but there are things that started maybe since the 70s where Pharisees did a lot of sculptures and etc. And that time where I remember one of the, not temporary, one of the permanent structures, I forgot the name of the artist actually who did the installation of the cars in that cube in the middle of the roundabout in Jeddah. Maybe I should have brought the photo for it, but I remember going there, having a lunch, having a dinner with the family, and it's a very important, they are very important memories in my life, actually. Not just that, but also visiting the rest of the sculptures, that some of them known, very known and very famous, of like Henry Moore and etc. We have like very important artists there. That was permanent and still permanent, and it brought to my attention actually how important that is for such a creating like your memories, the society's memories, what we actually built around them. That was something actually from the question that got my attention. Now, living in this fast rhythm of like a lot of events, lots of public art installation, I have seen it, I've lived around it, which got a lot of pros and cons to it, but still, it does somehow bring the societies together. It brings the opportunities for the young generation to create together, to celebrate, and to talk, and to challenge their own new social problems, in a sense. So this is how I see it. Yes, there is lots to it when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to environmental impact, especially that I came from a background that I graduated as environmental management and sustainable development. That's my degree, actually. And when you see some of these pillars of sustainability being challenged in the art world, especially when it comes to public art, temporary public art, and installation and events, it brings a lot of questions, but there is always lots of solutions to it. So, yeah.
Wonderful, Ma. Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about, I don't know if I pronounced it right, People of Pangaea?
Yes.
That's a body of work in 2018 where you work with ancient land formations shaped over millennia. How does this tension between deep time and the accelerated timeline of biennials and festivals influence your artistic process, in one way to say? Or does it shift what you hope your work or communicates or preserves to slow it down?
Even the permanent is sort of temporary. Let's get that right, in a sense, to be honest. Like through my explorations or bringing things to the table or new findings or new explorations. For example, what you see in the picture behind you, that is super permanent in a sense. This is an engraving in Mount al-Hnakiya. I call it I Am One. It's now in the permanent collection of Ithra in Aramco. But this is an ancient petroglyph that found 2013 actually and photographed it. It is permanent, it's in there, but when you bring it to the public, the audiences, the exhibitions, it will exist for a very temporary time frame. And then it sort of goes back to the storages and etc. But at the end, it does bring the dialogue, it does bring the new facts on the findings, and especially people of Pangaea, if we maybe change to some of the photos, they are structures that are found in the desert. You can see one of them here. Even the house owner next to it doesn't really know what he was actually going by or living by. In Saudi Arabia in general, we do really have ancient remarks, traces from civilization. And I was honored enough to actually chase them and creating the series which is called People of Pangaea. Pangaea because I was also celebrating the first continent that we have emerged out of. And the work itself now, after becoming more and more exposed to the media, exposed to the scientists, exposed to some universities, while we're speaking now, in the past 2 weeks only, we got the University of Sydney working with our team, Earth team, in some of these trips just to keep excavating and finding more about these ancient structures, which is proven now by academic peer review that some of them are older than Stonehenge. In Britain, and it goes back to 7,000 years old. So I'm happy to see these findings and coming to the surface and coming to the people and coming to the public. And yes, I know it's very sometimes introducing what is happening in the art world in a sense, especially recently when you see the events in Saudi, the exhibitions. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia especially because I'm based there, and the fast pace of some of these exhibitions. But at the end, happy to host them in a temporary places. Yeah, I hope that answers the questions.
That's wonderful, thank you. I actually had a question for you and Alfredo together, but we'll skip that. I'll go back to Leila and Dunya one more time, if you don't mind. Is there a collaboration or, I know that the collectors from the art salon do go to the UAE National Pavilion, but is there other collaborations that the UAE National Pavilion and Art Dubai does throughout the year? And my second question is, are there generally other collaborations you do with other biennials, like Sharjah Biennial, or yourself with Art Dubai with Sharjah Biennial? Is there a synergy between sort of all the art entities? Like, the reason why I'm asking is, for those of you that don't know, we have Art Basel coming to Qatar in February, and then we have Art Abu Dhabi and Freeze joining in November, and then we have, of course, our beloved Art Dubai, which are 3 regional fairs. So a lot is happening in the region, and sometimes I just think to myself, well, do they talk to each other to maybe to maybe plan things like the way Freeze and Art Basel in Paris happens back to back? You just go to Freeze, and then you take a train and you go to Paris. And then I think to myself, do the art communities or the art entities have like a centralized platform, or are they synced or synergized some way? So just anyone in terms of organization that comes to your mind.
I mean, speaking about Art Dubai, we have collaborations that are formal, like with Jamil, where we do things, we present artworks together at the fair, also with Al Sakal, and we only want this to grow, also for the coming year. Do art fairs talk to each other? Well, since I have worked for Art Basel, my relationship with Art Basel is still very good. So we talk to each other. Does that mean that we can always align, or also about dates? I think there's so many reasons. There's so many factors that inform when a fair takes place. And I think also the things still have to grow. Same with Freeze. I hope there will be, because I think it's important that we talk to each other. But I think it's very different whether you have a collaboration with Art Jamil or with another art fair that is also in the region.
In terms of collaborations, I mean, the National Pavilion is a national pavilion, so a lot of the work that we do on the ground is only through the collaborations that we do with other entities, whether it's universities, an art fair, other institutions and foundations that exist. Art Dubai is always on our list. We're always talking with the team on whether, we can, again, it depends on the alignment of all parties to make things work. So, and when it does, it's great. We've done talks, we've done workshops, and we talk to all of the different entities, and wherever there's an opportunity to do it, we do.
Yeah, thank you. And also there's obviously so much happening in Saudi. I can't even keep up.
We are not keeping up. No. We can't, in a sense, but I'm happy to see what is happening, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit about, from the foundation perspective?
Well, I thought that question was coming in a sense, but there is a lot of changes. Maybe I'm not really the right person to actually detail that, but let me tell you, for example, one example, what I actually see and support and supervise and initiate through some of the festival and the foundations, or some of the programs that the foundation, the Raya Foundation, is actually participating in. For example, we are running Teen Festival, celebrating traditional architectural gathering.
Sorry, what's the festival?
Teen, mud festival. It was more of a niche festival gathering, traditional architectural gathering we initiated 3 years ago in the World Heritage Site at Tarif. And now we are making it bigger a little bit. We're including more of for the families, for the kids, for different types of audiences. But from that point, we create smaller initiatives, like, for example, last year was the Mud Art Symposium, where we opened a Turaif garden, which is called the Tuwali now, for artists, designers, architects, to actually come and create small prototypes on what they think of as public art, where this might go later on in the narrative and under the interpretation of Dir'iyya Foundation and the historical Dir'iyya and the areas of it, or the history of it. This year, we do have the Ethel Art Symposium, which focuses majorly on the Ethel wood, the tamacrest, as a material that can be taken further. And we invite lots of designers, architects from local and international to actually come to Turaif and participate, showcase their solutions and especially traditional architectural solutions, innovation. We don't want something that is only romantic or like something nostalgic. We want real solutions. We want something that can be echoing later on. So this is one thing that is happening now. Among other things that is happening in Saudi, mashallah. Yeah.
It's a lot going on, and that's wonderful. I've been to Saudi quite a number of times, and I can't keep up myself. I think that sort of brings me to the final questions that I had in mind, which is now shorter a little bit because we don't have one of the speakers, but I'd like to leave some time for any questions that the audience might have. And is there anything else you guys would like to add? No, we're good? Thank you. Questions? Yes, please.
I remembered everyone. Is this on? Yeah. Thank you, Sanas, for a beautiful panel. My question is for Dunya. So one of the big questions in the commercial art world at the moment is this wealth transfer from older collectors to millennials and Gen Z. And I appreciate there's not a one-size-fits-all answer to this, but I wonder if you had any advice to fellow commercial entities like galleries or even independent players like consultants or advisor on how to engage these younger audiences that we need to become the collectors and patrons of the future?
It's a very good question. I think if there would be an answer to it, I think many people would be very happy. But I think it's a lot of things. I was talking to a gallery, and I think it's not always not just a good thing. I think there is a generational shift that is not just age, it's also what people want. And I think we see a change in, like, there's less collectors that collect in deep, but more like I buy what's available. I also don't play these games where I'm like, oh, if I buy that, you know, I only get that when I also buy the other thing, or if I donate one thing. I think people are way more like, I like this, if I don't get it, I buy something else, and it's not just art. So I was talking to a gallerist who said that, you know, in the past, it was with 50 collectors, I could survive. Now I need 500. But my gallery doesn't have the, you know, I don't have the staff, you know, like I'm not big enough. So I think, what can you do? I think you have to be very open. I think we as an art fair, you know, like I think also a lot of like, what can I do? What can I do as a director? What can I do as an art fair? And I think we have to get more in this process of matchmaking. I think this is why Dubai is such an incredible space. You know, like we have like 100 galleries max, 20 of them are digital. So that's already like a very different, maybe there will be more overlap, but at the moment it's a different collector. And then we have like all these people that are moving here from Dubai to Dubai, and the community that has been growing over the past 20 years. So the ratio between galleries, artists, and collectors is incredible for an art fair. But I also realized that like galleries, especially from the West, you know, like that come to Art Dubai and they sit and at their booth and they're writing on their computer and they're writing invoices, whatever. And then they're like, why did I not sell anything? Because like, well, because like you have to engage, you know, like here it's different. You have to look up, you have to be open, you know, like, and you, so I think there has to be a mind shift, also like how you communicate with people. And make it more accessible and also more transparent. Yeah, but yeah.
Well done, Sunny and speakers. My question is regarding the role of the private sector with regards to supporting the various biennales and art fairs. Sponsorship clearly plays a big part in that. So how do you guys go about navigating what can be controversial at times?
What do you mean controversial? Well, I'll speak for the National Pavilion. We receive a grant from the Salama bint Hamdan and Nahyan Foundation and the Ministry of Culture. At the moment, which is unfortunate to me, I don't have the remit to accept other funds, but I would love to. So, you know, I think it's necessary eventually, and it also kind of ties into maybe what was in the previous talk. There is definitely a role for the private sector to get involved, and you can see it in small ways, like Aldar had a bigger presence at Abu Dhabi Art this year. It'd be really great if other, like Imad or, you know, Al Futaim, obviously with their art museum, but like, you know, and other kind of support systems that should be out there, big and small. Not necessarily to support the National Pavilion, but even just to support the artists to continue, or the architects to continue with their ideas. So by the time they land on our lap, they've already had opportunities to experiment, to dream, and to create, right? So also those kind of mechanisms are really, really important.
Shall I? Well, I don't think that any art fair in the world can survive without support. You know, like, and if you don't live in a country where there's support from the government, then you have to go to the private sector. And it really goes both ways. You know, like, we get so much from our sponsors. They support artists, our communities. I mean, ARM sponsors the VIP tent, you know, like they bring collectors. And I think I see it actually more as an opportunity to work together and to create amazing things that otherwise wouldn't be possible. Do you have to think carefully about like who you work with? Yes, very much so. But I think in general, it is, I think we gain more as an art fair than we give.
Can I just add one other thing? Another thing that private sector can do more maybe here is the art fair is a moment in time, right? What is the art fair? It's to encourage people to buy and add to their collections. That doesn't stop when the art fair ends. So as institutions or organizations, I would encourage all of the private organizations here to start also collecting.
Very true.
You know, and to start becoming leaders in these kind of fields, to value work, not just for the outside, but even for their employees, for everyone else to really value whether it is a painting on a wall or an installation or a public artwork. These things happen year round. They don't, you know, the biennale or an art fair or something specific is one moment, but these actions are needed throughout the year. So I would say start up private collections and put artwork in your offices instead of, you know, reprints from IKEA, as lovely as they are. You know, there are many ways that you can engage. You can have an artist in residence who's in the lobby of your building, for example. There's so many ways that you can do that.
Alexei, you had a question? Oh, in a row. Okay, we have a couple. Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. So, since sustainability has been such a big topic of discussion, but sustainability is also like the most thrown around word everywhere. And I just think that in terms of art and everywhere, what tends to happen is sustainability is thrown around as this physical definition. But rarely do we think about it in the emotional and the humanitarian aspect of it, which is like we were talking about temporary structures, permanent shifts, right? And when you do have a temporary biennale or you have a temporary exhibition, what are the ramifications on societal level that take place, and how do we sustain that? Because I am of the opinion that a biennale is just like, it's everywhere now. Everybody wants to do one, and it's every 2 years. Like, as a journalist who's working in the art industry, I have reached a point, and I'm just 24, wherein I can't keep count of how many are happening. And so is it really sustainable to do it that often since everybody's doing it?
Well, I'm going to say that we're doing the mother of all biennales. So yes, no, I'm kidding. I'm going to say you raise a really important question. It's a question we talk about all the time because, you know, the effort, the word sustainability, I agree. It's everywhere. I don't think everyone understands it. I don't think we have enough conversations about the practicalities of how do you be more sustainable. Especially, let's say, exhibition making here in a gallery, or let's say in an Art Jamil or a 421, when you live in a country where everything has to be imported anyway, right? So how do you stay sustainable in that kind of way? For us, depending, again, whether it's an art or we try as much as possible to be aware of the carbon footprint, let's say, but if you're going to be in an art biennale and the artist lives here and you need the work to be there, you kind of have no choice to do that. But you know, you try to find other ways with your contractor and other kind of things. It's a hard question. I don't really have an answer for you. And yes, there are a lot of biennales. Let's see the test of time, which ones still are around in a couple of years.
But also, as far as UAE Pavilion goes, it's a permanent structure.
I mean, we have a permanent space, but every year, the internal, depending on the exhibition, it looks completely different.
Of course.
Things are, because it's a heritage building, so we cannot drill into the floor, ceiling, walls. We have to be very careful about how we hang things. So you need to build structures, sometimes just for lighting or for other elements of the exhibition.
And some of the artworks are actually moved around to other institutions and reshown. So the previous one was
Abdulla Saad.
Abdulla Saad.
Yeah.
That show was taken to 421.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
It went to 421 before it went back to the artist studio.
So it's not that the artwork is not reshown or positioned in a collection or an institution.
It is, but when we talk about sustainability, we're talking more about materiality of things,
around
right?
the exhibition.
And how are we more responsible in how we use these materials? Maybe.
No, it's like what I kind of.
Or even sustainable in terms of how many biennales we have.
Not just that, I would just say, like, let's say, because art is expression, right? It's kind of a reflection of society, right? Are we, as the art community who is pushing out these many biennales, are we really sustaining the dialogue and the conversation that we aim to do at the end of the day? Because I think we live in the age of like commodifying every single thing, right? So we can have 100 biennales in the world and like the month of November and October, but what's the point if 2 years down the lane, those discussions are not being carried forward? There is no change that can actually be measured in the sense that, oh, okay, this was there 2 years ago, and now the talking points have moved on to this, right? And I feel like a lot of it also has to do with like just the art community being just very, again, my opinion, very snobby in the sense that, you know, we tend to be holed up in our own circles, and, you know, I'm kind of speechless, but anyways.
Well, I think your question has so many layers. You know, I think in terms of like, there are too many things, you know, like where do I go? I think we live in a world where we have to, and I know it's not easy for me neither, but I cannot be everywhere and we have to be good with that. One thing. The other thing, sustainability of like a temporary structure like an art fair. Is an art fair sustainable in that sense? Absolutely not, will never be. But I think, you know, like as a regional art fair, I think that's probably the most sustainable way because, and especially with Dubai and the UAE and the region where you don't have to get on a plane across the continent to come there. Yeah, there was one other thing I wanted to say, sustainability. I also think that, especially when it comes to, I think the market will also tell there. Because I think that we are at a point where galleries don't make money anymore with each art fair, and there's a point where the emotional reasons are not enough anymore to do all of the art fairs. So I think we're seeing a point where fairs that have been extremely international, like Miami Beach, will become more regional, and some fairs, like I think Taipei, maybe won't exist anymore. In terms of sustainability of like the outcome, I think I've seen so many examples of artists, and I only speak about art fairs now, but there's so many examples of artists that have been shown and supported also by the private sector. For example, BMW had the prize, like the BMW prize, and the artists are, like they shot through the roof afterwards. It really was a way to start careers and kick the careers off, like Lawrence Abdulrahman here in Art Dubai, so. It's a very nuanced question, but I think there is possibility for sustainability.
If I may add, there is something in my head on that, especially coming from a sustainable background on environmental management, etc. But I think from what I've seen in some of the festivals, exhibitions, art fairs, and what I have seen, even the booming of these things in Saudi Arabia sometimes, I would say, in short, sometimes we might have to go unsustainable ways, in a sense, to actually keep our intellectuality, creation, sustainable for the longer term. And at the end, we will see something, I'm sure we will see something that's fruitful and much more worth some of these sacrifices. So, yeah.
Alexei?
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing up this topic. And actually, it is important, that idea of something long-lasting, something cohesive, especially if we kind of go back to our topic of the conversation in relation to public realm. And here's where I wanted to also address the question actually to both Leila and Dunya, because Moth have answered, I guess, through your practice, how you engage with the public space, and your work is really much related to it. But back to the ideas of, I guess the contexts of biennials and art fairs are naturally kind of concealed within specific space, and it's difficult to think about public realm if you are in a building. Now, Sanaz did mention the residency program that Art Dubai used to have several years back. I would actually bring something that was even before that beautiful project that was called Art Park. Funny enough, that project was taking place in the parking lot of Madinat Jumeirah, right? Because naturally, many art fairs decide to do sculpture parks, something in the public space in an open area. However, in Dubai, all the public space is a private space, as we know. So the space that the fair had remaining was the parking lot, which was the art park with large installations and sculptures. So, talking a lot. My question is, what are the other initiatives, other kind of programs that you have in mind, perhaps not something that is realized yet, something in conversations, and similarly for Leila as well. I know that the National Pavilion, of course, is taking place in a specific indoor space, but what are the thought processes and initiatives to take these artworks back in the public realm, perhaps in the UAE? I'm sure there's some work that was going on there already, so thank you.
So how should I start? Well, first of all, I think that I think with Bawaba extended the sector I mentioned, it's not really public space, but I think at night, it's open so to the public. So I think it's a first start. I have seen in my career before, my professional career also, it's not so easy always to do something outside of the fair context for many reasons. Then galleries don't really see the revenue coming in, that they don't want to spend money on it. So I think you have to think very carefully. Do we want to extend our education and conversational programming? Yes, absolutely. And we have always been working also with the government, there is a public art strategy, and we are working on how to grow that, which you will hear about that soon.
So in terms of the National Pavilion, we do wherever, when we're in Venice, we are kind of restricted to our space. We can't really go any further outside the door, unfortunately, even though we've asked. So we're confined to that kind of area. But what we do try every year, whether it's art or architecture, and if it makes sense, is to find, this is where the collaborations part, a collaborative moment with an institution locally to bring, if not the whole exhibition, or a version of that exhibition back. So, for example, Abdulla Saadi in 2024 came back to 421. 2022, Mohammed Ahmed Ibrahim went to Marai Art Center. This year, Azza's pressure cooker, there was a version of it at Dubai Design Week. So, you know, every year we try to do these kind of things, as well as, if not the physicality of the work, then we try to do a lot of talks to share the content of what we've done in Venice, because I know not everyone can go there.
Do you have time for another one or two questions?
Yeah, I just have a quick question for Maad, actually. Something that you mentioned earlier about teen, I think is...
Yes,
yeah. And it also touches on what Alexi was talking about earlier in terms of the example of art park, public spaces versus, you know, private spaces. Can you elaborate a bit more on what you're doing in terms of, you know, using these like natural materials, like, you know, to build structures that can be used and reused and, you know, and repurposed when it comes to, you know, the art scene in Saudi Arabia, especially?
Well, I think, thank you for the question. One of the maybe noble causes or messages or things or acts, in a sense, that I can personally see is to actually empower some of the designers, architects, and artists to actually test and to create at least prototypes or small-scale structures that is from purely sustainable materials for bigger futuristic projects later on, which we have, mashallah, lots of it coming. So one of the opportunities that we got is to actually open that space, At-Tawali' Historical Park next to At-Turaif Historical World Historical Site, is to actually open that space and empower these designers and architects and artists to use specifically this theme of this year is to use al-ethel, tamacrest wood, to actually create something out of. So maybe we get 1 or 5 artworks. We're actually aiming to have 9 creatives this year in a duration of 20 days. We'll enable them to actually create on-site or even at their studios, and then to bring it to the site to showcase with the public, for the public, and for their own sake in the future with different entities, for example. I know we have a public art team in Dir'iyah. They are working on these things for the rest of the mega projects that we are getting. So I think such a thing will really have a good impact for the artist and etc., to showcase something, to challenge themselves, and maybe later on, when we get something feasible, something nice, and something good and sustainable, maybe we can later on take it further with these big projects. We talk roundabout, we talk hotels, we talk about playgrounds and parks, actually, and hopefully that will be fruitful, inshallah. Yeah, and please, all welcome to visit. It will be in January, inshallah, 27th, yeah.
I don't know how to use this. Okay, it's working. So I just wanted to add on what Dunja was saying. My name is Moza Luta, and this is my colleague Suzy Qadoura. We're currently managing the Dubai Public Art Initiative in Dubai Culture, and we're working closely with Art Dubai on the educational element, and we've been running the Dubai Public Art Program for the last 3 years. If you'd like to know more details on our program, our initiatives, everything, you're going to find it on our website through our open calls and our direct calls. And the next program that we're running will be during SICA 2026. So you're more than welcome to come and visit us to see our next run of public art programs. Do you want to add something?
There's a lot coming. We're still working on it. Thank you.
I believe that we shall proceed to our informal coffee break, and you can approach each speaker personally and talk, ask your questions, concerns, everything you have in mind. Thank you so much. We have something like 20 minutes before the next talk starts, but I'll come and invite you to enter the audience once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Please join us.
Talk straight to the microphone. If they not, just closer.
So, I guess it's a loud quietness here in the room. So, shall we begin with our third, last but not the least talk with our dearest urbanists and art specialists sitting on a panel. And again, thank you for coming and staying with us and enjoying this wonderful day of conversation. And I'm passing the mic to the beautiful moderator, Nicole.
Thank you so much, Anna. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much to those who are staying after the previous panels and to everyone who came just to listen to this one. Welcome to the Inloco Talks. At this stage, I would also like to thank the wonderful Inloco team for putting this amazing program together, and particularly Anna and Paula for entrusting me with this panel. Thank you very much. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Nicole Kanne. I'm an independent art consultant and cultural strategist here in Dubai. And I'm very excited to be moderating this panel today, which is going to explore the role of public art in urban planning and cultural strategy. And it's a great pleasure to now introduce our speakers. First off, we have Dr. Khalid Alawadi, who is an associate professor of sustainable urbanism at Khalifa University and the first UAE national scholar to specialize in the design of sustainable cities. Dr. Khalid is also the founder of the Urban Research Studio, and his research is devoted to urban design, housing, and urbanism, specifically focusing on relationships between the built environment and sustainable development. For those of you who made it to Venice in 2018, he also curated the UAE National Pavilion at the Venice Architecture Biennale, which presented Lifescapes Beyond Bigness, an exhibition that explored human-scale architectural landscapes. Welcome, Dr. Khalid. Then we have Dr. Ahmed Al-Mullah, who's actually a former student of Dr. Khalid, which is great. Dr. Ahmed is an urban planner, architect, and strategist, and the co-founder of Arcat, an Emirati urban planning studio dedicated to transforming urban spaces into dynamic, sustainable, and inclusive environments. Dr. Ahmed leads Arcat's mission to prioritize people in urban development, focusing on context-driven and evidence-based practices. Arcat's work encompasses urban planning advisory, master planning, community design, and collaborative research, aiming to create cities that celebrate diversity and foster community engagement. And last but not least, we have Ksenia Zabova, who is a cultural producer with over a decade of experience in public art and therapeutic urbanism. Ksenia was formerly the head of development, programming, and communications at the St. Petersburg Street Art Museum, where she facilitated collaborations with leading international artists and urban art researchers. She currently works as deputy director at Nouveau Bureau, where she contributes to the creation and implementation of public art strategies that integrate contemporary artistic practice with local cultural context. Welcome, all three of you.
Thank you.
So as I said, today's panel is going to focus on public art in urban planning and cultural strategy, and we are going to first off hear short presentations by each of our speakers that aim to kind of spotlight the topic of public art from different angles. And after that, we'll look together at the different learnings that can inform our respective practices, be it as urban planners, as commissioners, as curators, or even as creative practitioners of public art. And at the end of the panel, you'll also have opportunities to ask questions. Now, before we start the presentations, I would actually like to start with a quick warm-up question to get us all thinking about the topic, which is, in 10 words or less, why do we need public art at all, and why is it more than just a decorative add-on? And while our panelists think about their respective answers, I would actually love for the audience to also think about their answer to this question. And if you don't have any questions for me at the end of the panel, I'm going to pick random audience members to answer this. So you better have an answer ready for me. So again, in 10 words or less, why do we need public art at all? Why is it more than just a decorative add-on? And I'm going to start with Xenia.
Good evening, everyone in this room. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm really impressed by the amount of speakers at the conference, and it's just an amazing opportunity to speak about public art in Dubai. So answering your question, Nicole, I think public art, at least it initiates a question why it's here. I mean, when you kind of meet public art object, you already think about it because you can't miss it. Sometimes it's too big to miss. So public art should aim to humanize built environment, to try to tell personal stories, to try to kind of create the link between, in the dialogue between places and people. So my answer would be it's a way of kind of a dialogue between environment and human.
Beautiful, thank you. Dr. Khalid?
Yeah, thanks for the invitation and for all the introduction. I mean, I'll keep it simple and easy. For me, it's more about community engagement, like interaction between people and place. So keep it, I mean, we can discuss this later more, and I like to see public art more as an informal practice than a formal practice. We can discuss this later.
Brilliant. And Dr. Ahmed?
In 10 words or less, I think I'd say public art is not decoration. It's actually city making. It shapes identity, belonging, comfort. So it's definitely not an add-on, but a core infrastructure layer in your city.
Thank you. So we can now move on to the presentations. Starting with Dr. Khalid. We have.
Yeah, I'll try to make it not short, very short, like, but, you know, at least within 10, 12 minutes, hopefully I can finish this. So not necessarily about art, but I think after the presentation, you can make the connection. So I will leave it to you to make the connection. Today, we're going to talk about alleys from a regional and local perspectives. Alleys like Sikka, we call it Sikka here in the UAE. If we look into the Gulf urbanism, I mean, in terms of city design in the region, it's been criticized largely in the past decade or so for being very much focused on bigness, on dispersion, on the large scale, I would say. There's been like movements, there's been redemption in the areas of sustainable energy, clean technology, energy transition, carbon capturing, and all of these technologies. And recently, utopian sustainable cities. We heard about the Neom, we heard about Al Murabba, we heard about Masdar. They became mainstream since 2000, all of these big utopian cities, but still the degree of implementation is questionable, and many have to be yet implemented, and many others were falling apart. So the argument is that sustainable thinking did not permeate urban design or city making. We are still talking about energy generation, water consumption, and so on. These are all good technical things, but still urban planning and urban design, they matter when we talk about sustainable urbanism. So we recently moved beyond the UAE and started to study the capitals of GCC. I mean, the scale before I was studying only Abu Dhabi and Dubai, now we expanded to the GCC, and I'm studying the different forms of neighborhoods. They change through times, the patterns are different, the densities are different, and people are different too. We pick sample from cities, we analyze those samples in terms of different performance criteria like walkability, livability, and so on, and come up with lessons. And guess what? Out of many, maybe hundreds of samples, we found that only 3 samples belonging to the late 1970s meet different standards of sustainable urbanism. So here there is a big question mark. What are we doing in terms of urbanism, in terms of planning and urban design? We are just focused on the larger scale, building more bridges and more tunnels, but this is not the answer to the questions, the urgent questions in cities. So that's a typical progression of forms. This is a kind of contrasting urbanism between an old and new suburban neighborhood. We do studies land uses also and contrasting, and we go all the way to the scale of the human, to the street, and study also the architectural elements and so on. So, and the details and many of these actually do not exist. This door exists, that's a 50 years old, and it's the original door actually. Yeah, and we do study all of these details, but this what happened, infinite suburbs, the construction of big suburbs on empty lands, as you see, you see the desert landscapes being occupied with urbanism. And bigness, of course, the high-rises and the mega scale. So as I said, the human scale, many of these neighborhoods with their rich architectural details do not exist. This is one of the neighborhood that, do you know where is the Coca-Cola Arena? So that's exactly that neighborhood is. And the question is not about gentrification is good or not, but the question is what to save in the next years in terms of architectural heritage. And today we are going to particularly focus on alleys, what happened in alleys. Alleys are not just, and if you look into the literature of urban design, alleys were not defined as part of the literature, as part of urban form. Streets, open spaces, landscape, urban blocks were always in the definition of urban form, but not alleys. And we introduced that definition in 2019, that alleys should be included in the definition of urban form because they are really large in scale, not large in scale in terms of quantity, in terms of length too, especially in the UAE. We started with the UAE, documenting many alleys in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And by the way, this is a continuation of the work that I did in 2018 at the biennale. Laila will be thrilled to hear that, And you can see all of these are places for community building. They are in different shapes and different colors. And we didn't study literature review, and when we see alleys, we always see community engagement, community dynamics. So alleys are connected with either resilience or community dynamics or community engagement. We mapped all of those alleys. For example, if you look into this part of Dubai, you have almost total length of 130 kilometers of alley. That's a distance from Dubai to Abu Dhabi, almost. And they are liminal spaces, but they always come second in nature, after the streets. The streets always come first, alleys come next. So after studying Abu Dhabi and Dubai, said we have to go beyond and explore alleys around the world, and we picked 50 cities around the world. And from every city, for example, this is Cairo, we picked samples from each city and we mapped all the alleys, their attributes, their shapes, their patterns, because they do have patterns as streets. And we mapped them, and this is, for example, the street typology around the wards. These are the alleys, and alleys somehow they change the dynamics of the street in terms of the physical structure. They increase the intersections, they provide more connections for pedestrians, and so on. This is, for example, the ratio of alleys in Cairo, for example. They are very much equivalent to streets, very much. So we are speaking of a massive infrastructural element that's not been really documented that much. And these are the ones in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. You can see the red are the alleys networks, and they are really intensive. And these are their shapes. As I said, they have shapes as a streets: organic, straightforward, grid-based alleys, discontinuous alleys, looping alleys, and so on. We picked few studies. I don't want to go through the details, but we started to map the physical condition of those. This is one area in Abu Dhabi. We talked about the pavement, we talked about the landscaping, so we detailed every single detail, and we also narrated the stories of people claiming these alleys for everyday practices. This is, for example, one of the residents converted one alley to an urban agriculture place. This is also somehow works in a grocery store, in a mosque, and he claimed this alley is next to the mosque for urban agriculture too. So they are very dynamic, they are very intensive, and these are in the suburban neighborhoods. They do exist also in large scale. I'm just gonna go through the pictures fast so I meet this is Al Ghoz Dubai, very rich in terms of urban life, I would say. And it's one of the surviving neighborhoods in Dubai too. So you might find the old Al Ghoz now, but you might not find it in the future. And we mapped this area and we documented, we interviewed a lot of residents. Satwa, for example, is also a rich area with alleys, even like a small informal market that takes place in an alley. So people are making their own plays. They are claiming these, it's a bottom-up intervention. So it's becoming really future urbanism. What's the nature? All of these areas are really like somehow disappearing gradually. And I would say it like very simple. What's the future? Stray away from an excessive attachment to grandiosity or break from a pronounced weakness for monumental forms. I always say that. So focus on the smaller scale, focus on fine-grained urbanism. So this is one of the work that we did to wrap it up at the Inloco. We worked with Paula and Xenia and other folks in the room. So just converting an industrial place, and that door were crafted like, you know, and that was the outcome. A beautiful place like in an industrial area. That was one of the good experiences that we really had. I'm not advertising, that's my new book. Okay. It's not available a commercial.
On Apple Books.
Yeah. I think few people here in the room got a copy. Still, I did not do any book launch. I'm lazy a bit on these things, media stuff. But I promised to do one thing, and of course, Life Escape Beyond Bigness is there. That's for just to compare the scale, that's all. I mean, it's, you know, so it's a really good reference for urbanists and architects and planners in the region. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. That was very insightful.
Yeah, it was. And can I just comment just on one thing? It was interesting to see, I mean, a great presentation, of course, Doctor, but seeing the alleys, and what I noticed was a lot of them were already shaded. Yeah. And I think because of our weather and because of that specific microclimate it creates, and because our streets have almost been taken over by cars and are car dominated. Alleys have become the new street public spaces, and you can see that like people are sitting, they've brought even like seats out and trying to make it their own space. So it's almost like a counter to a lack of street public spaces that we have. So thank you for that.
Agreed. Dr. Ahmed, may we
My turn.
continue with you?
Sure. All right, so after Dr. Khalid's heavy lifting, I just have a couple of slides to show you guys. Mainly, the first slide I wanted to start with is just to really ingrain this idea that we started with, that public art really needs to be treated as a essential city-making layer in the same way that we design, you know, our streets, our pavements, our lampposts, our lighting, our sewerage. It should be an integral part of this system and not an add-on that happens later, for two main reasons. Firstly, when art is designed, public art is designed early, you're designing experiences, right? You're not just placing objects. A lot of times what happens is when we look at public art, it comes as an add-on, a decorative piece that's plopped on, and you can see it. It doesn't fit in the context, it looks odd. But when it's designed as a brief, then your nodes, your gateways, the main areas of your city, the transit fronts, your streets, everything can turn into public art if you design it and include it in the brief earlier. So two things that public art does. The first is it actually changes people's behavior in public spaces. So people act and respond differently when the space they conceive is beautiful. And the next is it actually has performative measures. So things like asphalt art or doing public art using pavings, anything that happens at the eye level or the street level actually makes cars more aware of the fact that there are people around, and it reduces incidences like pedestrian injuries or fatalities. So it definitely has a performative function as well as just being aesthetically pleasing. And with that, I would say when it comes to the GCC, the more important fact, rather than, I mean, it's great that we have all these different art initiatives and strategies, but I would say that rather than having one-off strategies that happen over a certain period of time, the best way to look at this is by looking at the governance framework of public art, and ensuring that these briefs are actually something that are taken into consideration very early on. So these are just examples from Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, Jeddah, Doha, and I think they're in some places successful, in some places they really do feel like a gallery or an exhibition. So in terms of key takeaways, I would say definitely having a city scale strategy is important, something that gets embedded, and the same way that we check for, you know, does this meet these requirements? Has public art been integrated into the public realm? It should be like a non-negotiable go-to. The second I would say is distributed through everyday life. So people engage more with public art when it's part of their everyday life, whether that's the bus stop, the shade. And finally, local co-creation and streetscapes as art. I mean, even when we do have international artists coming in, I think it's very important that they co-author and co-create with local communities just to have it be contextually rooted. And then just ending with this slide, which is, again, this is kind of the three main takeaways: plan early, co-create locally, and make the everyday beautiful. So in terms of just key takeaways, I'd say plan it early in urban design. This is what we've been saying. Include it in the brief and make it a non-negotiable aspect of any urban plan or master plan. Second is co-create with communities and local artists. This is really important, and I'm not gonna go a lot into this because I know it's one of the key questions, but when people feel like they're co-creators of something that is around their neighborhood, they take ownership of it, they feel connected to it, and there's studies that have proven that a lot less vandalism and like defacement of public realm objects happen when the neighborhood has been involved in the planning of it. And lastly, turn everyday public art into urbanism rather than just being decorative stuff. Why can't, and especially if you think about our local climate here, I feel like a huge missed opportunity is actually taking microclimate cues as public art. So your shading could be public art, right? Your pavement that's heat resistant or heat sensitive material could be public art. So really turning those everyday moments into something that's beautiful that people can be proud of and relate to. And this is what creates long-term, I think, belonging and identity. And then coupling that with comfort and co-creation makes it sustainable over time. So thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Those were some incredibly strong points, which I'm very excited to go into more detail in a bit. But last but not least, I'm just going to ask Zenia to present her findings as well.
Okay, could you please open the presentation? Thank you. I'm representing the host of this event, the Inloco Initiative, as a cultural producer. And let me present ourselves first for those who probably not very well acquainted with us, as we are new for the region. So Inloco Initiative is a community of art enthusiasts, an independent community, which is very important. And we gathered together, to my belief, in order to enhance public spaces and public realm around us through multidisciplinary and culturally driven initiatives. So for now in the UAE, we operate two companies. The one is Inloco Gallery Dubai, which is the only gallery in the MENA region to specialize in urban arts. And another company is Bureau Nouveau, which is a public art agency, and we specialize in commissioned public artworks in Russia and the MENA region. So another non-profit institution I would like to introduce, they are located in Russia, and this is a street art research institute and street art storage. So they mainly kind of exist for publishing research and educational activities and provide kind of full understanding of urban art, street art, graffiti, which is always a mess for people. Usually in Russia, at least, street art is part of public art and public art is a part of street art, but these are completely different stories, I would say, and they should not kind of I think we should know what's that. So why do we do it? That's an interesting question. We often question ourselves, what's our biggest motivation? And to my belief, and to our long-term expertise in public art, it comes out from the motive to contemplate post-Soviet trauma, which is, I would say, covering the whole country, and we have to deal to kind of urban neutralities. Then spaces are functional, but they don't tell stories because cultural traces are kind of erased. And the monumental art, which is a cultural code of our country, is kind of in decay, at least after 90s. As well as the built environment, which is inherited by the Soviet Union, is kind of not inspiring. And little by little, we came up with some principles to rely on then implementing public art strategies. And we titled them therapeutic urbanism, which is mainly like a philosophical concept and practically based approach towards placemaking and public art making in public spaces. That understands the city mainly not as a built environment, but a space for collective memories and a space for like cultural and symbolic landscape more than the built environment. So it's based on principles that you can see on this slide, and please let me shortly describe each of them, and then I can jump into the case I would like to present. So the first principle is cities are regarded as semantic systems. We believe that the city speaks to its residents and visitors in the language of signs and symbols. So when implementing public art strategies, we should not forget about it and try to find inspiration for our design concepts from spaces which are meaningful already. We just need to read it carefully. The second principle of therapeutic urbanism is balancing the ideal and the material. By the material, I mean the physical form of the city, so it's architecture, infrastructure, and urban design. And by the ideal, I mean kind of cultural and symbolic layers that are local lore, legends, stories, cultural memories, and what's the most important, like personal experiences of people, of residents in the city. So both poles are really, like, they are equally important. So balancing between them is kind of a challenge for city makers. The third principle is embracing imperfection, but not erasing it. Therapeutic urbanism doesn't seek to kind of remove history of a place, but instead it works with what's already there, transforming imperfections into unique features while connecting them with contemporaneity, so old becomes quite new and inspiring. The fourth principle is knowing community needs, and I totally support Ahmed in his kind of, and of course Dr. Khaled in their desire to be connected to communities they belong to. So it's one of the principles. We believe that sustainable cities require sustainable communities and not only sustainable buildings, not to forget about it. And the aim is, also in our public art strategies, is to foster this emotional attachment to place and kind of strengthen personal bond. There is also a challenge I would like to mention, because we have it in our practice, is how to spark an interest of communities to share their collective memories, because they often possess the information, they often possess stories, but they rarely have a chance to be heard. They rarely have a chance to express themselves publicly. So what public art basically does, it kind of transfers knowledge from residents to wider audiences. The fifth principle is local nature and site-specific art as production tools. Local botany implemented into urban spaces and site-specific art, to our belief. That site-specific means the art that is done in specific context. Related to it are primary instrument to find this genius loci, the spirit of the place, and to try to uncover it. And the sixth principle is technology as collective memory archive. We believe that virtual spaces are already public spaces. So we should not miss them then implementing public art strategies in the city, because the new generations, they use virtual reality, augmented reality technologies quite easily, unlike us, like elder generations. And urban art is also temporary by nature. So with this technology opportunity, placing projects in virtual environments, we create metaverses of cultural activities in Inloco initiative, like projects of Inloco Gallery. You can go to Spatial and go to VR chat and see what was done in recent years by Inloco. So to our belief, it allows us to kind of cope with this impermanence of urban art interventions and urban art initiatives. So finally, I jump into the cases and allow me to make you travel to the city of Almaty, which is 1.5 hours far from Kazan, the capital of Republic of Tatarstan. It's a small place, and we launched the program in 2017 for our client, the oil company Tatneft. They have headquarters in Almaty. And what we started from, we conducted an anthropological study on local narratives and local oral stories of its residents with the leading anthropologists in the country, as well as historians. So based on this extensive study, we have designed a place. We have designed more than 50 art objects, stage by stage, gradually. So it took us around 5 years, not 50 art projects that were just kind of placed into the environment in one time, which is too much for a small city, but gradually like preparing communities to changes and transformation that is ongoing and started back in 2017. So after that, and they were designed to be kind of connected to already existing bike routes, which are kind of like a network that was created by Dutch architects in the city of Almaty in 2014. And then we started to kind of program comprehensive training for the residents of the city, and they trained them to become the guides on these routes. So transferring knowledge that is kind of applied in the comprehensive survey and the comprehensive study to them, and now they transfer it to like residents and visitors of the city, and we kind of ensure, we are confident that this information they provide is authentic because it's scientifically based. Another outcome of the program is that now it's a space for open workshops. Open workshops is kind of a space where local artists kind of enhance their artistic skills, and there is also an art residency for contemporary Russian artists, and this is what keeps artistic life in the region rather than like kind of importing into the main cultural centers like St. Petersburg or Moscow. They have a space to create, and also what we have noticed, we are inspiring them to work with the local materials, so that's how kind of local culture is being safeguarded and preserved. And the last case I want to present before I finish is the industry garden. We are very proud of this example. It was set up on the premises of the operating boiler house in the center of the city as a response to residents' need for green parks and for skate park. So it now features murals on oil genesis, a laser installation, which is the only laser, like permanent laser installation in Russia. It works like it operates 365 days in a year. Every day it's the same time, so it's kind of enlightening the city in the evening. And also a place for like urban garden containing local plants and a skate park. It was developed on also on kind of public service we conducted before we started to design this project. And it united architects, landscape engineers, botany experts, and local riders. Its philosophy to bring nature back to the city while kind of keeping the industrial past of this place. So we don't erase history according to the principles of therapeutic urbanism, and even the asphalt, which covered the whole area of 8,000 square meters, so it's more than 1 hectare in size. It's still there. It just kind of found its other shape. Once our landscape engineer noticed tomato growing through the crack in asphalt, so he decided, instead of removing the asphalt, the bitumen, which could be like a big financial and ecological challenge, he decided to make more cracks and plant more seeds, so kind of nature take over the place which was industrial at that time. And now it's kind of a reference how nature and urbanism can peacefully coexist with each other and creating like connection to place. And I would like to finish, but first you can take a look at the next slide, which is the project that Dr. Alawadi mentioned. It's a public art project in the heart of Al-Quds, close to Inloco Gallery space that we made back in 2014. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much to all of you. You've really given us a wealth of knowledge around the subject. What I'd love to do now is just bring together some of the common themes and make it as practical as possible for those of us who are in a position of, to plan the urban realm, to commission public art, and even be creative practitioners themselves. So one of the key learnings, I would say, from all of your respective presentations was the need to think about public art early on in the urban planning process. But what would that concretely look like? So at what point should urban planners start thinking about public art, and why? Dr. Ahmed, I'd like to start with you.
Of course. So I'd say, maybe just to repeat the point I made earlier, which is we need to treat public art as urban infrastructure in the same way we treat streets, shade, landscape, transit. And it really needs to enter at the master plan and design stage when we're doing, let's say, the public realm brief, not after the design is fixed. So, and again, this goes back to the point where if we do it after, it almost gets placed as an object or a decorative piece, and whereas if you plan it early on, it actually becomes part of the experience as you're moving through the city. And then, like I said, like in the GCC, this also must be tied to microclimate. Like that's so important. Like shade, night use, comfort, walkability. These can almost become your public art objects if they're treated as infrastructure that can mitigate microclimate. So yeah, I would say as early as possible. Like it needs to be in that brief early on.
Senia, what I found really interesting about your presentation is that there's also an emotional element to public art. You're speaking, for example, about the post-Soviet trauma and how public art can help alleviate that. Would you be able to speak a bit more about that?
About our inspiration and motivation, I would say. Yeah, sure. I mean, it can be anywhere. I don't think public art is a universal thing. All of us, we have the reminiscences of the past and our memories of our childhood, and all of us kind of having this urban nostalgia and how it was and how it is. So why not to make to try to find an inspiration in it, then we design the concept, because we are experts and we have responsibility before residents. What we do, like our work influences their life in the end. I mean, mine may be less, but what Dr. Khaled does, what Ahmed does, it's city planning. So it's really kind of responsible position, and you don't know what will be like the outcome of this work. To us, public art serves as an emotional catalyst, so it releases emotion sometimes it causes disputes. I don't believe that everybody should like the arts placed in urban environment. So it's always kind of a space for conflict, but also what we should not forget, the space for dialogue and connection. And this is how we can, like for example, I can address to policymakers, this is how we can understand the community needs, the real community needs, because they're gonna express it. There will be a moment then they're gonna express it. And yeah, of course, like, for example, monumental art is an essence of Russian culture. I mean, if you come to Moscow, you see huge sculptures, which are one of the biggest sculptures, monumental, the bronze one in the world. But it's our past. And what's the future? So we're trying to answer, kind of form this future projections of a landscape through public art and initiate dialogue. Dialogue is the biggest aim and the biggest challenge as well.
Agreed. Dr. Khaled, do you have any additional practical advice for urban planners?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Senia and Dr. Ahmed what he said. I mean, we are very good at building things, but we build things and then we try to fit the other systems around, which is a complete mistake. If I give you an example, we build Dubai Mall and then say, oh, you know, the mall is not connected to the metro. Then build a bridge 1 kilometer to the mall. So I think public art should come as early as possible. within the design process. I mean, we do have in urban planning something called design charrettes. So design charrettes is where the community come in and work with the planners of the city and envision their neighborhood or their community. It's like a hands-on design week or day or few days where the community come in and they put down their rules, I would say, their creative ideas, everything, their needs. I think there should be also an art charrette where community comes in and says where art should fit within the design process of the community.
Thank you. One of the terms that we've come across quite a lot in both the academic literature as well as the wider discourse around public art is the term plop art, which has become this very negative term to describe public artworks that have little or no aesthetic or cultural or historic connection to the place in which they're set. And in the region, this can sometimes manifest as these bigger name, sometimes Western artists who almost use the public realm here in the region to present their own work as a kind of stage rather than create a meaningful dialogue. What would your advice be specifically for commissioners and curators of public art, even to those who may choose to commission an international rather than a local artist, to avoid creating plop art by accident and actually ensure that whatever is on show is actually meaningful and locally grounded?
A great question, by the way, because a lot of times context, especially in terms of public art, is sometimes just seen for the aesthetic. Like when you have heritage motifs, for example, they take the aesthetic look or visual look of it without really understanding how it works, which is more important. But I would say first, let's define what context means here. Context means culture, it means climate, it means everyday life. So for climate, I think we have to prove that whatever the public art object is, it has to survive our heat, and it has to survive glare, dust, sand, and support shade. So we really have to think about materials, lights, and in this wider public art strategy. Then I would say culture, again, moving beyond just the heritage motifs and looking at things like our very rich Creek and maritime and trading history, looking at our pearl diving, Sedu patterns, even local materials and local craftsmanship. I really like modern contemporary takes of Arabic calligraphy, so I think these are really rich, but I do agree with Dr. Khaled and that we sometimes are in a dangerous position where we treat the audience or residents, where we treat residents in the community as the audience rather than the co-creator or co-author of this art, which does create this disconnect, right? So I think international artists first have to be very aware that we have a lot of micro places in Dubai. So I would say public art in Deira would not look the same as a public art in Dubai Hills. So understanding that context is really important. So as an international, I think, competitor, I'd first start with cultural mapping and listening and really getting a contextual brief, even before you start with the artist brief. And so requiring international artists to have site-specific narratives, work with local partners, and of course have it be fit to our climate, but this co-creating part, even with international artists, I think there has to be some sort of integration or co-creation with local artists so that what they create really is something that's from here and not something imported from above, from outside and placed here.
Makes sense. Xenia?
When you spoke about pop art, I just remembered Richard Serra's case in New York, which is, I think, prompted discussion around it, how big public art should be, and it started at that time. But for the artist, of course, it was beneficial. I mean, for those who don't know, there was a huge conflict around the public art commissioned work by Richard Serra, and communities were against against his work. They asked to demolish it and to remove it from their spaces. That's what they achieved. It was removed quite quickly, being permanent. In the beginning, it was planned to be permanent. So when it comes to public art and how big it should be, how famous artists should be, then be invited something, we have to understand the aim of it. So I don't mind. I mean, I'm not against established artists being kind of nomads across the world, so people from different countries and places could see their artwork and to understand how contemporary art is, like what's the state of contemporary art globally, especially then there are countries quite isolated from the international communities. I think, but if it's not temporary, if it's permanent, and especially if it's kind of allocated in old neighborhoods where with old communities that are already settled in these places for a long time, then the approach should be different. Maybe established artists is not the best option. Maybe you have to work with local craftsmen, local artisans. People want to be heard. So people want to be, you will definitely find ambassadors among residents if you come and speak. So for the public art managers and cultural producers, I think it's really important to find connections with a space where the object is going to be allocated and to be connected with communities.
Thank you. Dr. Khalid, any advice on how to avoid plop art?
Yeah, I mean, I'll make it short. I mean, there is also a counter-argument. I mean, yeah, we know there is, recently we've seen a growth of local artists significantly. I mean, a lot. But at the same time, we are a very cosmopolitan city. So we will welcome different cultures. We welcome different ideas. It's not necessarily to be connected with context. That's the other argument. If you look into architecture, I mean, architecture itself, we are not doing any of our own design language. It's very American-centric, very Eurocentric. So the city itself became very diverse and very cosmopolitan. That's why, does it really matter anymore or not? I don't know.
It's a good answer. I like that we're questioning the term. So moving on to communities, which is something that has, come across very prominently in all of your presentations and in all of your approaches to public art and urban planning. So ironically, local communities are actually one of the stakeholders probably the least involved traditionally in the whole process of commissioning public art, from planning to commissioning to execution. But I would argue probably one of the most affected. So in practical terms, for, again, commissioners and curators of public art, what can we do practically to involve communities at an earlier stage?
I would definitely agree with what we were saying earlier about involving the community as co-creators and not just an audience at an unveiling. And I think I agree with Dr. Khalid. I'm happy he brought up design charrettes, because I think if we do have a framework for how we implement and govern public art, then I think one of the first things on that list would be to engage with the community, have a structured kind of framework where you have workshops, you do walks, you do youth groups. So really listening to the community, listening to their inputs and listening to what their pain points are, because, I mean, again, what they want to see as public art could be something as them having ownership over the look and feel of the bench outside their house, or the pavement, or even the landscape. So I think that this would be really key. And then, of course, to be able to mitigate the high cost of doing things like public art and public realm upgrades, we could look into temporal installations. So really looking at, I forget the term now, it's something urbanism, but having things, so for example, putting temporary, the same way you guys did the sikka, right? test it out, you know, bring a movable table, movable chair, put some landscape, put a swing or something for the kids to play with, and see the reaction to that. And then if it's successful, those are cues and data for city planners to actually see, okay, this worked here, maybe we should make this permanent or apply it to different areas, or okay, this didn't work. Exactly, absolutely. So that would be my advice. And then, of course, we have to focus on communities' participation to everyday infrastructure. So things that they touch, they feel, they experience on a day-to-day basis. Because I think like the most powerful public art we could have in any city, but in the GCC in particular, isn't hidden like in a DIFC or D3 plaza somewhere. It's the art that you actually walk on, walk under, sit on, and pass every day. And this is how belonging is built and an identity is formed between the city and its community.
And Dr. Khalid, from the SICA project specifically, were there any key takeaways on engaging communities early?
Yeah, I mean, they need a space. Give people a space. I mean, in their community, within their neighborhoods, there are a lot of spaces that are underutilized or not even used. People can claim those spaces and maybe show some of their work. It could start even at the fence of your villa or your house. I mean, just make it creative, do something with it at the alleys. I mean, just to, I wouldn't say formalize it, a little bit control it, or give specific spaces to people to show. I mean, one time, I was observing this area, a short neighborhood, that's where is the City Walk and the Coca-Cola Arena. Over 10 years I was watching that, observing that area, and the eviction day I went there and they took few pictures, and I have those documented. And they saw one gentleman, all of his art were pinned up on his fence, and he was sitting on his extended living room and showing his work. Yeah, so that these kind of activities a little bit is not only showing the art pieces, but it gets the community engaged too. I mean, our streets and suburban areas are dead. I mean, you don't even find a single people walking on the streets. So make it a little bit active, you know, and that's without, some direction from the formal planning agencies. That wouldn't happen. So a little bit of education and workshop, as Dr. Ahmed said, that could encourage a little bit the community to move on.
Thank you. Xenia?
I just wanted to add to Khalid's speech that, like on SICA, to comment a little bit. What we did, we used like tactical urbanism a bit.
That's the word that
which is not probably the thing which is like absolutely available in the UAE. It's still kind of regulated quite heavily what you can place in public spaces, what's not. Street art is not legal here, so it's also part of the cultural exploration and cultural understanding. But what we did, we kind of placed Dr. Alawadi's archives on the walls of the SICA, which is kind of street art practice, you know, how to make the feeling of emotional attachment to the place with street art practices. And it's like paper posters that are kind of infused into the fabric of a wall, and it looks fantastic, to be honest. These photographs that were made by Dr. Khalid Al-Awadi, to see it on the walls of a SICA he's studying is something that makes sense, I guess.
Thank you so much. So I'm mindful of time, and I want to leave a little bit of time for questions from the audience. Do we have any questions? And remember, if you don't have any, I will ask you.
Someone back there.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Coming to the point of involving the community members in the urban art or public art, wherever you name it, you mentioned a very important word is practical solution. I want to speak about the city of Abu Dhabi, where a commissioning government agency wanted to do some public art murals in a certain neighborhood, and they wanted, to involve the community. Practically, the struggle, I don't know, where was it? Because they want to commission the work, they want to involve the community, but in the middle of the process, they said, we don't have the authority to engage, and how can we get there? Oh no, you have to go to the other government agency that their mandate to do these surveys and communicate with the community. Then that government agency said, oh, we have to communicate to that government agency where. So there was a loop of decision makers, everyone assigned to something. Then they pulled back from involving the community and they said, okay, I need to, the commission agency gonna go directly to the art companies, the artists, and they will do it themselves. So it's very important to involve the community in the design process, but I've seen it firsthand because I work in the urban art and public art industry in Abu Dhabi, and I've seen it. The only thing I would say it's kind of community involvement is where we are painting some school murals, and we're gonna get the kids just to do the touch-ups and involve. But it's not getting the community involved in decision-making and the creative process. I didn't see it. So it's kind of complicated, but if you guys have any other solution that can help me maybe to propose it to my stakeholders.
It's a great question.
I mean, the only thing that comes to mind for me is not related directly to public art, but I did work in the Abu Dhabi government actually, and while I was there in the planning department, there was an example of 40 parks that opened in a neighborhood. This was called Al Falah in Abu Dhabi, and when the 40 parks opened, there was crazy amount of vandalism and people just trashing and destroying everything that were in the parks. And keep in mind, like, these were top of the notch, like specs that they introduced, but the community and the kids weren't having any of it. And then they realized that the issue was, when they talked to them, is that they realized simple things like, oh, there's a basketball court there, when really they wanted a football court. This type of swing they didn't like, they wanted that swing. So what the DMT did is they did a design or community charrette, brought people from the community, and not just kids, but people of all ages, even your senior citizens, your domestic workers, everyone that lives in the community, and just like gave them papers and said, imagine, like, if this were, you were designing this park, this was yours, what would you want in it? And it was such simple things, and I would say the changes that were implemented were maybe like 5 to 10% different than what it originally was, but the relationship between the community and the residents and this park and the playground shifted 180 degrees, where they almost became the police of the playground. Like, if other kids from other neighborhoods come and like throw something, they'd be like, no, clean it up. 100%, because they felt like they were, and they took responsibility and ownership of it, because they felt like they were really involved and that they were. So sometimes it's honestly just a matter of organizing workshops and speaking to them. I know the struggle of this bureaucracy in government entities, but I'm sure there must be a way, like, definitely. It did, yeah. So it was done through the DMT. It wasn't, we did, like, the DMT organized these design charrettes, and they're parks. They're not a community center. It's like a ring of parks around the center area of Al Falah. Yeah.
Any other questions? Hiba?
Thank you for the panel discussion. I do have a question around this notion of temporality in relation to public art. In Gulf cities, mostly characterized by accelerated urban development, where temporality is often overlooked in favor of rapid transformation, which implications does this create for public art? And how do we address the absence of historical layering in rapidly transforming urban contexts?
Who would like to answer?
A great question, and I would say because we're a rapidly transforming city, that's I think the reason why public art historically has taken like a second seat in the car. I mean, we were, just think about it, one generation ago, and I'm talking about my parents, my mom and dad were not born in a hospital. They don't have any birth certificate when they were born. So I think that because we're a new country, the focus has really been on development and trying to catch up just with your basic infrastructure, you know, your roads, your power stations, your water desalination plants, schools. But I think now we're at a critical stage where, because the city is still growing, we really have an opportunity to integrate public art as part of our infrastructure strategy. And I mean, I am glad to hear that in the past few days, I've read a lot of articles about like the Dubai Tunnel Initiative, where they're taking 18 tunnels over 3 phases and involving the community actually to create murals. There's another initiative that was launched by the RTA, which was the Dubai Urban Challenge, which I thought was really cool too. It was, again, it was an international design competition, but it was to invite artists to co-create everyday objects in the public realm. And then I think yesterday too, or a few days ago, Sheikh Hamdan announced that Dubai was going to have 6 unique architectural identities for each area. So I think this is a good start. If we do have a design brief for each area in terms of its look and feel for the public realm and public art, then we can really start to have it be a requirement for any new development. And I think that's the way we can really integrate it. Now, in terms of layering, I would say, there's an interesting story from Abu Dhabi. So because everything here is mostly new, and even our historic buildings aren't that old, they didn't retain a lot of value when it came to like heritage or protection. What Abu Dhabi did was, because they had a lot of significant buildings from the 70s, 80s, early 90s, they actually developed something called modern heritage. And so these modern heritage buildings are now protected. And these are, again, not from like way back when, but things from the 60s, 70s, 80s. And I think it is important for us to retain some of these. And I mean, I am speaking in a building which I remember growing up. This was a beautiful library building. So I think we really need to also think about having a unified architectural language and identity to our cities, because that creates memory. And I think if everything gets destroyed and rebuilt, then you lose this kind of character you have and memory and belonging to a place.
Yeah, please. Let me add a little bit to Dr. Ahmed, and thank you for the question. I mean, it's an emerging city, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they are really emerging. We are at our infancy, I would say, when we talk about art, design, architecture, planning. So it's going to take time. I mean, so one question for me is always, I mean, why art is always formalized? I mean, if you want to see any art, you see it at the IFC. Then you have the Sikka venue. Then you have now Shandaga, Art Abu Dhabi, D3. Everything is formalized. Even that beautiful piece outside at the door for Luta is formalized here. So why don't you see these things at the community level and the public level? Like, you know, these are headings. I mean, who goes to the IFC? The intellectuals, the creative community, but not the regular community. So it needs to go back to the regular community. So that's my answer to your question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Inloco, for putting together this like public art and urban planning dream team. So I'm going to use my presence here to ask a question. I've been in the public art scene as an artist for almost like 15 years or more. You know, born in Tunis and then traveling around the world and basing in between Canada and US. And I founded in 2013 the first street art festival in Tunisia, and it was in a city that was so underdeveloped, and it was we can consider it the poorest city in the country. It was a big challenge, but I saw like the impact that street art and public art can have on a community. Now I'm tackling a new challenge, and I want your own input on what I'm doing right now. So I was commissioned by a resort in the Maldives to build a program, an art residency program, but I added something, another layer to it. And literally, I want your input, Dr. Khaled and Dr. Ahmed, Ksenia also, because she talked briefly about what they did in Almatyevsk in Russia. You guys...
Karim was in Almaty.
Yeah, I was there, and you literally have no idea about the impact. They totally transformed a city. Like literally, street art is in the core of that city, and they did an amazing work. And then, kind of, it's like now you can travel across the city like using a bike or whatever. Sorry for talking for so long. So my idea is this: we're putting together the one and only public island dedicated to public art in the Maldives. So it's a big challenge for me. I don't know what to expect. You know, artistically, I have the vision and whatever, but I don't know what to expect. How do you see things? Do you see this is going to be a success? Do you see it's going to drive attention? Do you see it's going to put emphasis on and add more tourism and whatever, knowing that the owners of the resort are like private people, like regular people. They're not like corporations or whatever. So as public art and urban planning experts, how do you see the impact of that?
I was short, and I will tell you, Ahmed, if you would like a co-curator or something, I can join you.
Listen,
I was sold after Maldives.
But you know, I'm not a beachfront guy. Dr. Ahmed Al Mullah, he's the expert, and so he will get to that.
You said Maldives, my eyes open. No, I would say great question. Short answer, yes, it will have an impact. It will definitely have a big impact. Like, think of places like Al Ula, or even if we take architecture as art, places like Bilbao, where having art become like a key or leading factor for visiting a place. So this can definitely happen. But I would say in your example, it's more of people traveling to see the art or for that specific art event, which is great. But my perspective, almost as an urban planner, is we want this to be integrated into everyday life and everyday infrastructure, rather than being like something that you have to travel to see and maybe is limited in terms of who can experience it. And I mean, without just going too political, but for example, this is not something that Maldivians themselves would experience probably, right? Mm-hmm. So then would community engagement even be useful at that point? I mean, I'm just thinking
I think so. I think it's part of this. So the island is situated in the same atoll, which is the conglomerate of islands that are in the same as the capital, Mali. So basically, it's within a boat ride, 40 minutes. And this is exactly what we want to do, because it will be an art residency involving Maldivian artists and international artists. Cool. And then the museum will be the island itself. Okay. So we want to create this sort of traffic. So I know that it's a long-term vision, but
you said something interesting, which is working with local Maldivian artists. So I think this would be the key. I think involving them early on, and maybe even people outside the art community to see maybe more hidden art motifs that we don't know about. So I would definitely say immerse yourself in there and see what kind of different art mediums they use. Yeah, hope I answered your question.
Ksenia, how do you see things?
She gave you a whole framework.
I'm listening. It's a free consultancy.
Therapeutic urbanism is something to rely on its principles, but I also would like to add to Ahmed's, I totally agree with him that inviting the local artists can be very powerful tool, because artists are ambassadors of culture. So when they come and arrive, they are already kind of transferring culture to people, and then they move from place. It also comes to the question, if we need established artists from abroad to bring it to our countries to make. I think, yes, everything is important, but to create this, fusion between artists, it doesn't really mean that you need just big names. Just try to kind of combine names, try to unify artists with experience, with no experience, and you also will have this side effect of artists. The local artists will start to do good art. So at least we'll give it a try, and they will have, this aspiration and motivation.
They're very talented and way more talented than what everyone thinks, because when you hear about the Maldives, you're like, hospitality. It's totally false. It's just like, the gold mine of like talents. Because of like the rarity of resources, they become super creative. So I hope these things go well. Maybe you guys will have the chance to visit as,
we'd love to.
Guests.
We're all coming.
All of you guys? Okay, open invitation.
We all coming after the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
No?
More? One last one?
I'm currently having a conversation with Dr. Khalid, but apart from that, something else that was spoken about in the talk was just this: how do you keep something that existed which contributes to identity, but move on and supplement that? And I'm going to reference Dr. Heba Izzat, who is basically, she's a sociology graduate, but she later on went into urbanism, and she speaks about Cairo in that way, wherein she talks about like how central Cairo, once upon a time, with all of its government and bureaucratic infrastructure, was a very bustling place, and how on Thursdays, which was the weekend, you would have people who would crowd over there. But that is no longer the case, because cities, these institutions are being moved outside. And it's just kind of like, the point is that a lot of cities these days are being designed with this perspective of having a very clear social divide, right? So when you have that, kind of foundation that pre-exists, then won't public art and street art be different for different regions? And would it necessarily be the uniting factor that you expect it to be as urban planners? That's probably what I'm asking.
Any takers for this?
Sure. If I can start, so I think, again, short answer, yes. Definitely each region should, the public art, and I would argue not even in the same city, but I would say over time it would change, but in the same city, I think different neighborhoods would have a different expression of public art because of the people that live there, right? I think any big city, Cairo definitely, but also a place like Dubai, like every neighborhood has kind of its own demographic mix and diversity, which makes it interesting. So I think naturally then the public art expression of that place would be different. Now, there are opportunities to kind of unify. Like I imagine like with the new policy that Sheikh Hamdan announced for the architectural identities for the 6 different zones in Dubai, they would have shared aspects like their probably street lamps, the benches, the bus stops. But I think now this is a great opportunity to involve the community and actually go and talk to people who live in these places to see how they'd want to express that. But yeah, I think definitely public art would look very different from city to city. I mean, like in some European cities, like even their metro entrances or like metro things are designed in a way that gives you this public art feel in the city. But yeah, that would be my answer.
I think it's there in Dubai itself. I think a lot of stations on the Green Line, they have like their own history behind it. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Any more questions? No? In that case, thank you so much for our wonderful speakers.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for listening to us and for your questions. Really appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you again to the Inloco team.
I'll do a very small closing remark, not formal. Thank you all for coming. It was an amazing day. If you want to watch and rewatch all the speakers talking, you can go to our YouTube. If you want to find us like real people, you can go to Foundry downtown, where we currently have a show, and most of the artists you can see here are exhibiting there. And you are very welcome to stay with us for 1 hour more for informal networking and just chatting in the doors of the library. Thank you again.